Welcome. I'm Mercy, the Game Master at HereThereBeMonsters, and we're here with episode 9 for the Kingdom of Rin campaign. Last time, the party returned to Capstone after some devastating storms and an adventure of their own, only to kind of create their own in-town adventure by raising some civil strife between themselves and some of the constabulary. They did manage to work their way through that as best they could, and we are going to be picking up today in the morning of the 19th of mid-spring. Why is that important? Well, because they had already accepted a job to act as the honor guard for the marshal of the local militia on the 20th of mid-spring. So they have one in-game day here to wrap up some stuff around town that they wanted to get done. And then we're off to the races again to escort the marshal and a small group of nobles back to the Kellen Watchtower, which guards the mountain pass into the main part of the kingdom. So thank you all so much for being here. If you're not caught up on episodes, you can find them all on youtube.com/HereThereBeMonsters. And also sometime within the next month before our next session, we're planning on starting to release narrated backstory videos to teach you all a little bit more about our characters and the world that we're playing in. So thank you so much for being here, and let me roll the intro for you.
The peace was lasting, long and true, from mountains to the ocean's blue. Man and elf and dwarf and gnome lived together, hearth and home. The cities grew, then kingdom came, the wise and true. Long may he reign. From cult to church, the truth was spread. The heretics were filled with dread. First they lied, and then they stole. The peace we had, no longer whole. They sought to kill and undermine, but truth was found before the time. We banished them, all but a few, then built ourselves a kingdom new, no longer marked by war and sin. Banar did give his grace to men. No gods, nor fiends, not great nor small, can penetrate his peaceful wall. From mountains to the ocean's blue, this peace will last us long and true.
All right, good evening, players. How's everybody doing?
Good Indy.
Good evening, everybody. Fantastic.
I like how we went through and we did mic checks, and everybody was like, yes, I'm sitting up close to my mic and I'm speaking very clearly. And I'm like, how are you all doing? You're all like, we're good.
I'm wonderful.
I know not of what you speak.
Just absolutely perfect testing in every way.
So I'm glad everybody got a laugh out of it. As you can see on the stream there in Pixie's screen, this was supposed to be a surprise. It was something that we did several weeks ago during one of the YouTube working streams when we were putting Ava's mini into all the boards. And I was like, oh, we should totally just make her giant on like one random board, and then we'll probably forget about it. And then when we switch to that board, we'll all see it and it'll be really funny. And so we just randomly chose the tavern, like kind of as a group in the YouTube chat. And I totally forgot that the tavern is also the default board. So when you open Talespire, you open right to it. So unfortunately, we missed the reactions on stream, but it sounded like everybody got a good laugh out of it.
Should all go hug her leg.
Gladly.
I'm gonna go to the shoe store. I need size 24.5, please.
Someone's been chugging potions of enlarge, exactly. It does, however, give a great showing of Ava's new mini, courtesy of Mind Over Mandy, and I think she turned out really cool.
Thanks. Yeah, I had a lot of fun making her, so.
Take a size 6 feet.
Yeah, we can make her even more intimidating. Make her fly.
When she lands and hits the ground. It's like
Right? It goes gump. Well, it actually does it too. Here, move yourself, Ava.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That is wonderful.
Shakes. Oh my gosh, I can like hear like the shakes almost just like playing in my head.
It's really good.
That's awesome.
All right.
4, 4.
Make it normal size. Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I wonder if that's new or I just never noticed it. Like I can also do half size.
Eh.
Well, look how tiny.
Pocket size, Ava.
Imagine the ground would still shake when I move.
Like that one time in D&D or in EQ.
Yeah, exactly. And the hill giants think they're all that. Yeah, they ain't got nothing on Ava. All right, so I think actually we probably want the town center board because we left off with an imperative to go to your beds and stop misbehaving.
Never.
I don't know what you're talking about. Me and Ava partied it up.
You were the guys that were misbehaving, okay?
I mean, I don't know. The only person who was involved in all of that was the rogue who didn't go to jail. The rogue managed to evade jail time.
I mean, I never went to jail.
You were apprehended, though.
I was interrogated.
I was not apprehended.
And yet, when you think about it, you're the only one who broke something.
I know! I broke out the window!
All right, let me get some morning light here.
Took 4 damage.
It's one like super small gripe because overall I'm quite fond of Talespire, but I wish when I do like atmospheric changes, like change the lighting and whatever, I wish we would get like an animation of, of the sun going like whoop or whatever instead of it just like teleporting to a different light setting.
Or gradients.
Because if I just make it nighttime right now, it's just bam,
Yep.
bam.
Where'd the sun go?
And I do believe that I double checked all of the boards, but let's just make sure everybody has a mini here. Rubato, Skabosh, Ava, Alendite, here. Excellent. Okay, we are good to go. So I gave a quick primer at the start, and we're not necessarily like, in the town center yet. This is just kind of our placeholder for when we're like doing general stuff around town.
Mm-hmm.
After a night full of mini shenanigans, the party made their way to their various resting points. I'm not even going to ask you what they were. We're not going to put time into that. And wakes up in the morning the next day, which is the 19th of mid-spring, with about a day ahead of them to do whatever they want to do, whatever they need to do around town before kind of your big meeting with the marshal. For people not necessarily intimately familiar with the military rank structure of the world, which, how dare you?
Why are you looking at me when you say that?
Let me pull that up here really quickly. So we have the town of Capstone, where we are, is currently under martial law. The structure of that hierarchy is like soldiers or watchmen, then captains, which is what they've been primarily dealing with thus far. Like Randall, the scout captain that oversees Ava's group of people as a captain. Of course, Leona, that we've all come to love so much, is a captain and also a paladin. So then above captain, we have commanders. There are... how many commanders are there? There are 3 commanders. There's a day commander, a night commander, and a field commander. So essentially, like, 2 of them are responsible for administration around the city during day or night, and the other person is responsible for excursions and outward-facing stuff. So we have soldiers, captains, commanders, knights. and then we work our way up into like true nobility, lord, baron, king, etc. So the marshal that they are supposed to be meeting with tomorrow is a knight. She is they're given the honorific marshal if they are actively commanding troops, which usually they're not, because the kingdom is usually and primarily in a time of peace right now. So this actually is the only active marshal in the whole kingdom right now. And she is responsible for overseeing the militia at the town of Capstone, down below me here, and also the garrison at the Kalen Watchtower in the mountain pass, right, kind of by a pixie there. So part of her duties involve her kind of shuttling back and forth between Capstone and Kalen to oversee both of those garrisons, and they are going to be accompanying her during that transit tomorrow. So that's a quick catch up and a reminder both for players and for viewers of what's going on and why. I do have a couple of quick things to DM you guys that are pertinent. Let me do that really fast.
Okay. What do you mean Bahir died last night? Oops, wasn't supposed to say that out loud.
Ava roofied him and murdered him in his sleep.
I don't know what to tell you. The karaoke got out of hand at the bar, so
he beat you and you couldn't just let it lie.
yeah.
And suddenly she comes back with new axes. He must be in
Okay.
prison with Lazarus again.
All right, everybody should have their private messages.
What? Well then, that's interesting.
So yes, you know, some of you I'm sure stayed at Pixie's house. Some of you probably got rooms. I know a couple people actually had already paid for rooms and were maybe planning on trying to go back to them. I'm not sure, but I think we can rightfully say that you left off with a plan to meet, you know, at the town square or what have you. So you wake up in the morning, make sure you check the note that I just sent you on Discord, and you start heading to your rendezvous.
All right.
If you have any questions about what I messaged you, also you can reach out, like send me a DM. It's fine.
Yep, working on it.
MRAS is frozen. The DM broke him. It's not really a clarifying question, sweetie.
I don't know what
She
to
just messaged me
do.
in Discord and said, okay.
Well, I've tried to process how exactly to work with
I
that.
feel that's a valid response. Sent.
I mean, you can narrate that, Amras. That's like,
Okay.
yeah, that's an in-character action. I just wanted to answer any questions if anybody had any individual questions for me. Ideally, I would have sent that all to you ahead of time, but there were enough people that I was having trouble herding around about other things we needed to get done that these didn't get sent before we started.
Yeah, I guess
You're amused by hearing their reactions. Yeah, they may or may not share what I told them.
All right. Well, I guess I'll go first. Having some slight foot pains, just thinking that we've overexerted ourselves on some far walks. So just kind of massage my feet over and thinking that it might have been a little bit too much on the feet. Just tendering my feet, slipping the boots on, just kind of grunting and groaning a bit, getting out of bed a bit slower in the morning. Just slowly make my way through the mess hall, having breakfast and prayers, and just kind of keeping to myself with a low head after everything that happened. I'm sure there's people looking my way and whispering something, and this is all going through my head right now, and I'm just keeping my head very low. It's just eating, saying my prayers all by myself, just really keeping a low profile and quiet, and then heading out the door into the morning light.
You notice that, I'm late, and I still don't have my shoes on, and my feet are just dripping wet, and like super, super scrubbed, like raw. I don't know how else to describe that.
Oh, I think that's good. Like you essentially overdid it with a pumice stone.
Yeah.
Would, after all that had happened, would I have been required to have stayed at the temple that night?
I think it depends. Like, strictly speaking, no. But if you had the spells available and you were wanting to continue your work, the work would need to be done there. Yes.
Right. Okay. Then I would have gone back to the inn.
Okay.
So I meet up briefly with Alonda. How you doing, buddy? How was your boarding?
I'm all right. I think that we walked and traveled a bit too far the past few days. My feet are killing me.
Oh, yeah, mine are, well, yeah. So I'm gonna head back over to the lair. Brian needs to speak to me before we head out. Maybe try to stay out of jail while I'm gone.
Don't tell the others not to
I'm
steal or get
my
anything valuable and hide it.
my shoulder kind of hurts from breaking through a window.
Yeah, they would tend to do that.
Yeah, so maybe just stay put and don't talk.
You want to get it looked at?
Just don't talk to anybody for a bit. I think I'm good. Just make sure, just maybe stay away from Leona.
That I can agree with.
Okay, I'm gonna go now. I'm kind of dripping water everywhere still. Yeah, just stay out of jail, please.
Well, the least I can do is, or what I at least want to do, is make arrangements and get everything started with our traveling and with the horses, and see what I can do.
Yeah. Okay. Just
I'll
maybe
let everyone else know where I'll be.
maybe take someone with you to do the talking for you.
How are your parents doing, by the way? I know we haven't had a chance to talk about anything recently. I've been kind of here and there.
They're doing good. They've been running missions out to the woods still, trying to figure out what's going on. Mom's, mom's mom.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I made those promises a while back to help with the animals, and I haven't really come through with that. I apologize.
That's okay. They understand. Have you heard from your dad recently?
Nothing yet. And same with Jason. They've both been really quiet.
Wonder if they're having
It's only been
trouble
a couple
too.
Days.
All right.
Anyways.
Well, I'll be back Please stay out of trouble. It's ironic that I'm the one telling you to stay out of jail. And the irony is not lost on me. Alright, I finally managed to, like, get my shoes on.
Okay.
As I, like, meander down the hallway. Yeah, I head over to Braun to talk to him.
Okay. Let's
you guys could do your
other
things
people
first.
do their
Go for it.
wake up routines here.
I can go next.
Okay.
Victor probably wakes up probably pretty hungover.
Look me square in the eyes and tell me you love me.
Kind of like groggily puts his stuff on, and then heads out towards the meeting place, waiting for people to show up. Now that he probably woke up pretty late, so he doesn't have time to like do other stuff that he'd normally do in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go.
He kind of like
sorry, go ahead.
rushes. Oh gosh, I say he kind of like runs, like jogs over to the meeting spot in a rush. I'm done. You're good.
Okay.
I was gonna say, Ava definitely needed to sleep in. It wasn't voluntary. It was more so needed, more than anything. It was a necessity. She kind of gets up in bed and feels like super sore. But she kind of just puts it off as to like the dancing and the singing from last night. So nothing. I mean, like, kind of like as you get older, like, and those hangovers start to hurt more and more. Kind of like that. But yeah, she'll go ahead and head over to the meeting spot and wait for the others. And she's excited to tell the others that they missed out on a party night.
Okay. How about Rubato?
I wake up feeling a little sweatier and stickier than normal. And kind of weird and inspect this liquid, realizing I still need to go back and talk to Leona some more shortly after we meet up. I'll head and try to bathe myself at the best that I can in the tavern that I'm at, or the inn. Am I still sticky?
As a quick aside, did you try and like go back and essentially claim the room that you had paid for, or would you have gone to the other end and just gotten a cheap room?
No, I would have gone back to the room I paid for.
Oh gosh.
We could get lost in that RP, but I'm going to skip that for the sake of time.
I'll just say that I, apologize for the ruckus. Everything's been cleared up.
Right. Okay.
Except for the giant hole, the one next door.
Yeah. So you you had a nice room. So there's probably not like a tub, but there's like a good wash basin and like a kind of an area with like a you could probably kind of splash it about on yourself and scrub up a little bit on kind of the hearth by the fireplace and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you feel reasonably confident that you're cleaned up, but as you kind of go about the next little bit of your day, you get your clothes back on and you head out to either the church or the meeting place or wherever you're gonna go. You can't help but notice that you're just starting to feel sticky and gross again.
Mm. But yeah, I head to the meeting spot late, as most of the others as well. Just feeling gross and shoulders hunched over. Well,
Chat says a wash basin is probably big enough for Rubato to bathe in. Not a hummingbird.
They put a full-size gnome bath in here? Fabulous.
All right, so everybody that's not Rubato, make a spot check really quickly.
Spot check?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no.
That's a 9.
That's a 4.
Oh,
There we go. Nicely done.
Oh, what the heck? Where's my nat 20 button?
Did you lose your
Why
button?
you gotta do me like that?
Oh, that
Also-
sucks. I don't know what happened to my nat 20 button. I definitely didn't remove that on purpose. Well, whatever. First nat 20 of the night. Whoop, whoop.
Woo!
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so we had a 20 from Bahir.
I had a 4.
Yeah, everybody else pretty much was butt, except I think somebody else had double digits at least, right? Oh, Amras typically has a minus. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So as you guys are meeting up to kind of touch bases before you go about your day, you notice kind of as you just as you meet up and kind of take in each other, like Ava kind of comes jogging up to you guys, but like she looks a little like chuffed, like just a little bit out of breath, which is kind of surprising. Alendite is like practically staggering around and like moving really slowly. I suppose at the point of meeting each other, there isn't really anything that like looks particularly different about Skabosh or Bahir. And I guess only, well, I'll message this to you. You can do with this what you will.
Okay.
That gif.
Also, I would have tried to inspect it, see if there's anything I can ascertain from it. Pretty sure I get the gist, but I would.
Ugh.
All right, there you go.
Okay. Rubato, why do you... I think you need to go see a cleric or something.
Oh, I'll be heading there shortly. I'm sure they want.
Ugh,
They've got some more work for me.
that's just gross.
Yeah, I'm not feeling the best.
Everybody else that didn't see anything is just like, what?
Nothing to worry about, I'm sure.
Don't come near me. I don't want to catch whatever you got.
Ah, brotherly love.
I'll step away from him.
Would you like a hug?
No.
Okay.
If my sword can touch you, you're too close.
So what for most of you, we had kind of narrowed down what you were planning on doing for the day to more or less 1 or 1.5 things. What all would you like to go do?
I mean, I want to go to that store that I found out about with my rug and that painting.
I'm excited to hear about this, this rug.
Yeah.
The build up for this
Okay.
rug.
I know.
I think we can start with that because that had to wait like the whole session last time.
Yeah. I was like, oh, I'll just go in the morning. 4 hours later. It's not morning.
All right. So yeah, you find your way back to the store that you had located during the previous evening. It's just kind of a housewares and general store, so they don't they don't deal in like food or anything like that. It's like a place where people go to buy stuff for where they live for the most part. And walk in and crack the door open. You see, it's got the little bell on it, the little ding when you open the door. And there's It's reasonably well laid out, but you know, it's definitely not a highfalutin fancy big town store or anything. There's kind of one wall kind of has like tools and fasteners and like nails and like brackets and that kind of thing, and one wall has like some furniture of kind of like varying degrees of quality and finish, and that sort of stuff kind of as you go look around the shop. And then in the kind of the middle area, there's like a freestanding display that has like some curtains and some rugs and even like a little bit of clothing. It's not like a clothing store, but they've got like a handful of stuff just because they kind of have some linen work.
Yeah, I'll go. Is there a counter where there's someone behind, or like a bell I can ring to like call someone over?
No. So there was a bell when you opened the door. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the shopkeep just approaches you. It's like a kindly looking, I don't know, middle aged to like early senior aged human male. Just walks up to you and like offers you his hand, and you know, how can I help you?
Yeah. Hello, good sir. Do you, by chance, buy furnishings from other people? I've come into possession of quite a nice rug, but I have no need of it.
Says, well, usually do that kind of thing more on, what's the word I want? Not commission, but you know, like where you drop something off and then they sell it, and then you get a cut of it.
Would this store have been on the way to the barracks or towards the stables area?
No, probably not.
Okay.
No, this would have been like lakeward, whereas the like barracksies and stuff are on the north side.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't think what the word is that I want right now. But anyway, yeah, like normally what they do is like take stuff and then they try and sell it, and then if they do, like they take, you know, their cut and you get your cut. There's a word for that I'm just trying to blank on right now. And he says, but you know, if the price is right, I might be willing to just outright buy something.
All right, and I'll go ahead and I'll roll it out for him to look at.
Is it just selling it on commission? Did I have it right? I don't know why. For some reason, that sounds wrong to me. Like they are taking a commission. I don't know. Whatever.
There's another word too. I
There
can't think of it
is.
either.
Yeah, I can't either. It's like on the tip of my tongue.
Commission's close enough.
Yeah. Okay, so you had it with you.
Yeah. I did.
So okay.
I'm hauling this thing around with me.
Oh, nice. All right. He you know, he looks pleased at first. He was maybe a little apprehensive because he's probably used to, you know, this is a frontier town, so like the average thing that somebody tries to like pawn off on him is maybe not like the quality of thing that he at least would want to buy, which is why normally he doesn't buy it. He'll take it and sell it on commission instead. So you know, he happily kind of drops down to one knee and kind of runs his hand over it, and you know, like steps back and looks at the pattern, and you know, kind of like holds his hand out and kind of measures it. And he's like, "Wow, that's quite the rug there. Why are you getting rid of it?"
Well, I don't really have a home here to like lay it out and like use, you know, so I don't really need it.
All right. Well, fair enough, I suppose. And what assurance can you give me that you've come by this honestly?
You can talk to what's Randall's title? Scoutmaster?
Yeah. He goes by a couple of things. He is a captain of the guard or of the watch,
Okay.
but he is also the scout captain. So yeah.
You could talk to Scout Captain Randall about my character if you'd like. I've got it while I was on the job of his.
All right, fair enough. I might do that, but I suppose we can kind of haggle over price first. Let me. That's interesting. That shouldn't have worked. Oh well. It's not the end of the world.
just cheered 1 bits.
It's like let me kind of look at some comparables here and come up with an estimate for you.
All right. While he does that, does he have like prices on the stuff in his store?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's not exactly the era where we have like convenient, sticker price tags, but here and there at least, I would say some stuff does, some stuff doesn't. It just kind of depends on where it is, and if there's if it's on kind of like a shelf, it's probably they don't have like pencils in the way that we think of, but it's probably like penciled on the wood of the shelf or that kind of thing.
Okay.
So tags, but no tags.
Does he have like a area where he has like a bunch of like rugs that look nice or like you go look at?
Yeah, I mean that's where he's going too. It's that kind of freestanding display in the middle of the room.
Yeah, I'll go with them.
Okay. So he kind of starts thumbing through some stuff, and obviously he doesn't have anything that's exactly like what you have, but he has a couple things that are a little lower quality and maybe one that's a little better quality, and so he kind of he takes one of them out and actually kind of like rolls it out so you can kind of look at the size of it, and then kind of like runs his hand along another one of them to kind of like feel the quality or whatever, and he appears to be being like thorough and conscientious. You weren't like, I want to sell it. He's just like, okay, cool, 5 gold.
Okay.
So he spends a few minutes kind of fiddling with the rugs that he has. He says, I'd be willing to give you 20 gold for it.
20 gold. All right. I'm gonna have to. Is this offer open for a little while? I have to go make a run with it somewhere real fast and show someone else that might be interested in it. Not to buy it, probably, but and then I'll be right back.
He kind of raises an eyebrow. She's like, counter offers, huh? Well, it's no harm, no foul. I do what you need to do. It's the offer stands. I have room for it. It looks like it's good quality. I'm happy to take it if you want to sell it, but my day is no different if I don't.
Do you possibly buy artwork as well?
I forgot about the painting. He kind of pauses for a second and kind of stumbles over his words. And he's like, well, I mean, I suppose it's the sort of stuff that I sell. This isn't really the kind of town where people tend to buy that kind of stuff too much. But I maybe, I guess. What do you have?
Okay. I'm kind of scared to show him because, like, for what we know, it's like spooky stuff that was on the paintings, right?
I mean, like, it definitely doesn't have like unicorns farting rainbows on it, but like mostly they're just like the medieval equivalent of professional headshots.
Okay.
But
yeah,
the people all or the people / beings in them like all had, I guess I would say, a certain look about them. But yeah, it's not like a in like modern parlance, it's not like a picture of like a goat man with a pentagram on his forehead or anything.
Okay. I'll roll it out and show it to him.
Oh dear.
Okay. So he gives that one look and then like super side eyes you and is like, and you said you got these honestly. Of
course.
This looks This looks not like I would expect something of this quality to look. And like,
well,
gives
we
like
got it.
like bombastic side eye to the like not even dagger cuts, right? Like two-handed greatsword cuts.
I rolled really good though.
Yeah, but really still, like
that.
Oh
well,
no.
we found it somewhere that was abandoned. Don't worry, nobody was there anymore. But I couldn't get it out of the frame, so I had to, you know.
It's like
He's not gonna want this one.
I think I might just pass on that.
All right. Okay.
Before you come back to me about the rug, how's about you get me like a sealed note from Randall while you're at it?
All right. I gotta go get paid anyway, so. Because I gotta go talk to him anyway. I will go. Oh, I really don't want to go to church. I'll go to the church, I guess, and go talk to Leona and show her the. She might be more interested in the painting, I guess. But I'll show her the rug and the painting. I'll show her the painting too.
Okay. I was kind of thinking that we'd do everybody's day kind of in halves, as far as what they were going to try and get done. So we'll circle back to part 2 of that.
Sounds good.
All right. So remove that from my from my to-do list. Let's go with Alendite, because your most of your stuff was kind of set it and forget it.
Oh, okay. So now I need to refocus.
Yeah, if you want to kind of just like lay out what you're planning on doing with your day and like what you want to try and buy and whatnot.
Okay, so the plan is I want to get a saddle. Military saddle, if possible, and have it fitted. Or maybe I should meet the horse first. Kind of get an eye for the horse. Kind of like gauge it for size and everything. So I'll meet the horse first. So I'll go to the stables. I'll hobble my way over.
Right. And, you know, much to your, I don't know, chagrin, disappointment, what have you, as you kind of do some stretches and walk around a little bit, like it is, you are not walking it off. Like you're, it is still incredibly uncomfortable to walk around, and you can't help but kind of hobble and go slowly.
Like take my boot off and kind of look if there's like anything wrong with the stitching, or maybe it's something inside that set it off.
Nothing you can see.
There's a snake in my boot.
All right. With much displeasure, I continue on with my foot pains.
Okay. So you make your way over to, there's the way Capstone is laid out is broadly squarish, but with the southern edge of the city kind of, it doesn't like butt directly up against the water, but you know, it essentially goes like to water frontage. And then the kind of east-ish side of it like is kind of against the like lowlands and foothills of Capstone Peak. So the primary exterior walls of it are the western wall and the northern wall. And so on the northwest and northeast corners of the city, that's where the two main like military bailiwicks are. So it doesn't necessarily matter which one you go to. Like you haven't been given like directions or anything for that, because as far as they were concerned, you were just going to do this tomorrow. But you know where both of the military camps are, so it's not you're not like lost or anything.
Have I noticed any during my travels since my childhood, the growth and changes of the town? Kind of making a mental note.
Okay. So it just takes you a few minutes to kind of walk across town. Do you want to go northwest or northeast?
From my memory, would I know which one's roughly closer?
Northeast would be closer to where you were.
Can I go northwest? No. Okay, I'll go northeast.
Okay. So you get over there. The military camps are within the walls of the city, but they're also separated by like gates and stuff.
Before I start doing that, and am I noticing any damages from the windstorm from a few days past?
Fairly minor in this part of town. It was a lot worse when you were closer to the like southern part of town. So this area, just kind of like generalized wind damage. Maybe smaller things bashed about a little bit or whatever, but there isn't any major building damage or anything in this part.
Okay.
So you make your way over, approach the camp. The way it works essentially is the wall has like an interior corner, and then there's a watchtower at the top of that corner. So when they see you approach, you just get a relatively cordial, like a relatively friendly hail from the guard up in the tower. Just asks you like what brings you here.
I salute with respect and say, I'm here just to inspect and requisition a horse for tomorrow's honor guard. And I kind of further explain our job and what we're going to be doing. I'm sure he already knows. And
he's he kind of gives like a lopsided grin, and then he's like, oh, so you're the one that got stuck. But he kind of like looks at you and like sees how like kind of how you're standing and how you're carrying yourself, and he's like, yes, I know it, the day's coming up for the move, so I hadn't heard, I hadn't been told to expect you or anything, but you're welcome to go in and see the stable master and try and get yourself connected with whatever supplies you've been promised.
I kind of motion my hand for and say, you could say what's on your mind. I know my faults.
Well, keep in mind you're like yelling from like 20, 30 feet away from each other.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's like up in a tower. But he motions down, presumably to somebody that you can't see, and then one of the camp doors opens and they let you in.
I stand attention. I salute and I say thank you.
He's like, yeah, no problem. Have a good trip. Kind of goes back to, he's on lookout duty, so it goes back to what he was doing. As you get inside the encampment, because I don't think you'd ever had been in there in character yet. The gates come around kind of at the foot of the tower are two small buildings that butt up against the base of the tower, and then there's a road that the gates open into on either side, and then if I'm remembering correctly, directly connected to directly on the other side, just like of that street, is where the stables are.
Okay.
And then there's a bunch of barracks, like a training area, and just other stuff that you would expect to see.
Do I see a stable hand or someone who looks like they are in charge of the horses?
There are two of them. So on kind of your right side, that one is kind of more open air. the one on the left that's like a little bit further away is that's like an enclosed building, like a full stable. So you can't see anything at the one that's like, I don't know, 50 to 75 feet away from you. But the one that's closer to you, the open air one, yeah, there's a couple people kind of kicking around and working in the area.
I'll head to the enclosed one.
Okay.
Kind of passing by the closer one, seeing that he looks like he might be tending to something, possibly, or just dealing with things in the field. Under assumption.
Yeah, there's I forgot what we went with. I think there's stabling for 6 horses, if I remember correctly. And you know, horses are not super common here. Like there's probably only a couple dozen like spread along among the whole military detachment. So they're definitely kind of a prized possession. So there's definitely going to be someone around.
Yeah, so when I begin to approach with my sort of slower gait to the building there, and with a friendly approach.
Okay. Yeah, it's you know,
looking
it's just kind of
around.
a foot soldier kind of guy, like doing his duty, cleaning, you know, sweeping out the floors and cleaning crap out and whatever. So he looks up and sees you and is like, "Oh, what can I do for you?"
Good morning, sir. And I give a salute. Paladin, or not, I guess, well, what would my title be? I wouldn't be a paladin, but what would I address myself as?
I mean, I don't know, like whatever's fine. You are a paladin, like you are also like you are not like contractually enlisted, but you are doing work for the militia. So I don't know. I guess probably technically you'd be a mercenary, but I don't know. You probably wouldn't call yourself that.
Okay. Paladin Alondite reporting for duty. Here to requisition a horse for the honor guard for the and actually this would happen in real life too, because I'm just inattentive. And I kind of pause for a moment and just kind of gather my thoughts, having like this blank look on my face, kind of like trying to think of the next thing. Trying to remember her name.
Are you trying to think of Leona?
No, not Leona. The for the name of the person for the honor guard.
Oh, that's Marshal Bridget.
Marshal Bridget, yeah.
And he's like,
yeah, Marshal, that's it.
You know, and so when you go to, you know, when you salute him, like he was just being very casual before, but so when you salute him, you know, he stands up and kind of like, you know, puts his broom down and like gives you a good salute and is like, oh, well, you know, that's I'm certainly not someone that can just hand out horses here, but I, you know, I can go snag the stable master and let you all sort that out. And
yes, please do.
and he's like, okay, just you know, give me a minute or two here. And he kind of hesitates at the door for a second, but then like shrugs his shoulders, you know, presumably thinking like, well, you're in the middle of a camp behind a locked and barred gate, so it's not exactly like you're going to run out of here with a horse. So he meanders off and shows back up a minute or two later with kind of a middle-aged balding guy who looks you up and down and it's like, yeah, I'd heard that we were outfitting one of the horses for the trip tomorrow. I didn't have a name yet, so I'll just need to confirm that before tomorrow. But you know, I'm happy to let you you know, get acquainted and
I give kind of like a question, just one. I have myself and perhaps 2 or 3 others that would be needing horses.
He just gives you kind of a sad smile, and he's like, "You're lucky to be getting one. There's most of these horses here are spoken for, and the only other person that is, as far as military personnel, the only other horse we're sending tomorrow is for the marshal."
Is there any other possible way, as these are, I do not mean to impose upon you, but they are of smaller stature, and is there any way that we could have them fitted with something that could have them keep up and still be able to participate?
He's like, "Well, this is a caravan. I mean, you're not exactly racing Mustangs here. I think you're mostly."
Oh no, of course not.
So he just kind of shrugs. He's like, I suppose you could ask, one of the merchants if they could ride in their wagons or something, but I have very strict orders to, this is what is commissioned for this journey.
Okay. Well then, please introduce me to these horses so that
So I mean, if you really want to role play through all that, we can, but I think for the sake of IRL time,
Sure.
we can kind of fade to black on a lot of that.
Right.
As far as buying a saddle goes, I mean, it depends a little bit on what you've done with the rest of your money. Saddles aren't actually super expensive. Like they're 5, 10, and 20 gold, 20 being the military saddle.
I don't have that. It would be on Church's dime.
I mean, wouldn't these horses theoretically come with a saddle?
They would, but it would be to upgrade it to a military saddle.
Got it.
Yeah, you can try and make the diplomacy check for that.
Okay. You can come back to that if you want.
Okay. I'm checking things off the to-do list as
we should go to Ava.
Get significant progress on them, and I'll tell you, we've marked more things off in the last 45 minutes than we did the whole session last time. All right, so let's go to Ava. Since you're, it kind of, all this is happening at more or less the same time, right? But we kind of have to go one at a time.
Sounds good. I think I need to go meet up with Mr. Randall, my captain. Oh, captain, my captain.
I almost made that reference too. Yeah, he's the captains are low-level administrators, so he does do some physical work and whatnot himself, but a significant part of his work is administrative. So you come in and he's kind of got like papers and maps like spread across his desk, and he gives you like a quick kind of somewhere between an acknowledgement and a salute. Like, he's not being disrespectful, he's just distracted.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And just to recap my memory, this is the day we returned yesterday, correct?
Correct. Yeah, you got back to town on the evening of the 18th. Today is the 19th.
Perfect.
You leave on the 20th.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so I'll go ahead and so Randall, I'm guessing you haven't heard any of the big news yet, correct?
He kind of smiles. He's always acted somewhat paternalistically towards you, so, and kind of spreads his arms out. He's like, I've heard a lot of big news. What haven't I heard?
Well, we went out on our journey to discover more about the orcs and potential magic. And do you want me to like run through like a full recap, or should I?
I mean, it's probably like don't spend 20 minutes on it, but I think it's like a good exercise both for you and to catch up anybody who's watching who doesn't know.
Okay. Well, we ran into this group of gnomes, and they explained that one of their friends was missing. So we went down into these ruins, and let me tell you, we found a lot. And there were bones down there, which was actually the remains of some of the gnomes. There was some crazy looking artwork, some crazy looking rugs and whatnot. And I know this is going to sound very strange, but we found a rat. And this rat just seems so intelligent and almost like the rat wanted us to follow him down this long hallway. And well, I wanted to keep pursuing and keep looking, but the group decided not to, and thought that we needed to come back with this new information that we obtained. But it seems like there's quite a bit going on down in these ruins than we thought.
So when you start kind of like, because you're kind of like unloading on him, and he's used to that. Both like in general, he takes reports from scouts all the time, and he knows that like in general, like I've always thought of Ava as being like vaguely reminiscent of I can't think of her name, but like the police rabbit from Zootopia.
Oh yeah, that's cute. Hops.
So he's especially used to it with you, and so he's listening earnestly, and like he makes a note here and there as you're talking, and when you start talking about this like really smart rat, he kind of looks up and smiles and starts to almost like he thinks you're kind of like taking him in on a gag, and then he like sees how serious you are, and he's like, okay. It's like I'm more in charge of, kind of large scale tracking of things. That is good intelligence, but I'm gonna have to pass that on. That's I live in the mundane world.
Yes. Well, what I didn't tell you yet, Randall, is that we also found orc tracks just outside this area that looked about 10 to 30 days old. So pretty recent that these orcs were trekking through that area.
At which point he definitely kind of like drops the smile facade and is like, and you're sure they were orc?
Yes, I'm very confident of that, but we didn't pursue the tracks or follow them any further. I just wanted to bring that information immediately back to town on top of all this other information that we discovered.
Okay. Make a spot check really quick.
Okay.
Hey.
Oh, nice.
Oh boy. Sorry, I need like 10 more monitors.
I know how it goes.
26 total.
Dang. Okay. So he he knew obviously like where you were going and whatnot. So he kind of rifles through some of the papers on his desk and like not rifles through, I suppose, because that means you're looking for something. Like gathers up some of the papers on his desk and kind of like pushes the pile aside to reveal like a larger map of the area on, probably on like a vellum or something like that. And you can see markings here and there of like where, presumably where various scouting parties have been sent, and like where known orc camps are, which are mostly pretty firmly down on like the south to southeastern side of the river and the mountain. And here and there, like the information on everything is so much more chaotic to the north where the goblins are, because like the orcs seem to be like mobilizing and working as a group, whereas the goblins seem to be like really scattered and chaotic and like not, like they are violent and like not good, but it doesn't seem as focused as the orcs. And like the intelligence kind of like reflects that too. You see like kind of like a dot here, but there isn't anything in that area like up to anything anywhere near the area that you're talking about, kind of to the northeast of the mountain. And so he takes out a quill and dips it in the ink and like circles like the area around like near the town that you were talking about. and essentially like puts an exclamation point by it. And it is visually very obvious that like that doesn't fit with kind of like the narrative, if you will, that you're seeing on the map of where everything is. So he goes through, he does that, he flags out a few of the papers that he has, and like makes notes on a few of them, and like thanks you for the report, and asks you to, he's like, hey, like we take hands you one of the papers that he just wrote on, and asks you to take it to one of the other captains. You probably know the name. In character, you probably know the name, but it's not somebody that you've interacted with before. His name's Roderick. So he's like, I need you to drop this off to Roderick as soon as possible, please. And then I know you all are supposed to be leaving on this special escort thing, which, I don't know, he kind of holds his tongue. He's like, but before you go, I do have one other quick errand from you. There was like an outing of a couple of newer, fresher scouts that were sent out with one of our more experienced folk as a kind of a training mission, and they're supposed to be back tomorrow or today. Just getting a little bit antsy. So if you would just run this across town to Roderick, and then just head out there, and he gives you directions to kind of roughly where they are.
Okay. She confirms and says, yes, sir. And takes the paper. Does she know what's written on this paper? Like, is it in an envelope, or can she read it?
I mean, like, he folded it up, but it's not like he didn't like seal it or envelope it or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's like I said, he has a relatively like paternalistic attitude attitude toward you. So it's like obviously not strictly meant for your eyes, but like he also didn't go out of his way to hide it from you.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So she'll go ahead and grab the paper and head on out, and make her way over to Roderick.
Okay. And I mean, we can role play through that if you want, but really, it's literally just like a drop off. You're just gonna kind of
that's fine.
Hand it to him. So then we'll circle back to you for kind of part two there. Who have we not hit on yet?
Rubato and Pixie, or Scott.
Well, no, because we already Skabosh only had kind of like, well, yeah, I don't know. I guess that's true. Because you also wanted to go dagger shopping. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go to Skabosh.
All right, so before I go dagger shopping, I'm gonna go talk to Breen.
That was my understanding for what you were saying. We can do that in whichever order you want, I suppose.
Sweet. So yeah, I make my way to the hideout.
Okay.
Just ask if he's around.
Yeah, at this point they're kind of becoming accustomed to seeing you around again because you'd been gone for a little while.
Yeah.
So there's not that there was ever truly resistance, but you weren't necessarily getting like the warmest of welcome from like the doorman and some of the other people around. So they're a little more at ease. They let you in. Like the DM, this wasn't on your notes. Like I don't actually know what you're trying to accomplish here, but
got it.
So I'll let you kind of take the lead as far as what we're talking about.
Breen, I just wanted to report back. There were some things that happened last night, and we had to interact with Leona again, which I stay relatively stiffly. And it is in fact confirmed we cannot trust the paladins. They are withholding information.
When you mention Leona, he just makes kind of a crass gesture.
Exactly. She also has some not great things to say about you and your leadership.
He just laughs. He's like, I used to take that kind of thing personally, but I think she's an idiot. She thinks I'm a pissant. The bygones kind of have to be bygones. At this point, I don't really care what she thinks of me, as long as she doesn't interfere too much with what I'm trying to do, and as long as she pays us for the writs that we take on. It is what it is. We try and work with some of the other paladins a little more than her. She's a little more. It's like, let's be honest. Like she's kind of an asshole, but she's not really a bad person. She's just a stickler. So I prefer to work around with some of the other captains that are a little less. That have fewer things lodged in places you don't want things lodged.
Just figured I'd give you the warning because I don't think she's going to do much about the problem up north. And if she does, she's not going to say anything about it.
Like, yeah, well, I mean, let's be honest, we don't tell them everything either. I appreciate you looking out, but I wouldn't exactly call it news.
Very well. That's all I had.
So you're not telling them about the...
Oh, yeah.
I mean, do whatever you want. But...
No, I was going to just... Yeah. The main issue we came across is that we found a book. I'm not sure what's in this book because she did had some sort of magic done on the gnome, if you remember that little gnome that came with me the last time I was here, so that he cannot tell anybody else what is in the book that he read. I suspect the book is dangerous or has a dangerous topic about it. But we'll never find out because the only person who could read the book cannot tell anybody what he read in the book. Physically.
And just remind me, the DM, really quickly. Last session, you guys, both of you went to him at one point and told him a little bit about it, right?
I can't remember. It's not in my notes. So I know Rubato said something to me about it, but essentially the general idea is that it's bad stuff.
Right, because I remember you having a conversation with Bran about like cult stuff and whatnot, and this is really the only time that we've interacted with that. So I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on exactly what he does and doesn't know about that. I just remember him committing to like doing some research.
Got it.
Like 8 hours ago or whatever. So obviously that's not done yet.
I'm pretty sure she had a general idea of cults and summoning and the like, but that was nothing specific.
Okay.
That's all that I report.
Right.
Not.
He definitely, he was kind of like blowing off what you were saying to him at first. He definitely has like a different demeanor as you're telling him about that. But like also your guild is not a magical guild, so he like all of that sort of stuff is like kind of outside of their knowledge and skill set. So normally very like decisive leader that you've worked with for many years is finding himself more and more often stumped with this kind of more supernatural stuff that you're bringing to him.
Got it. So yeah, they have possession of a book now that we can't currently get to.
So he just kind of nods and it's like, thank you for your loyalty. Sorry if it seemed like I was blowing off what you're saying. I wasn't, but I learned long ago if I want to get anything done around here, I can't just short of just killing people, which we're trying not to do so much of anymore. I can't just ignore the fact that she does have a degree of authority here that I have to be able to work around.
She's also throwing her own paladins in jail.
He just breaks out into laughter at that. It's like, yeah, they're an odd lot, aren't they? I never did understand how you and that tin can got along.
She also broke down a door because the gnome didn't answer it to get that book.
He kind of flashes a smile at you, and he's like, well, she broke a door, you broke a window.
True.
Winks at you.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go try and track down a new weapon.
Worth noting, you didn't tell him about that.
I know. He's got eyes everywhere. That's the point of our guild. I just grin and walk away.
Okay.
All right, yeah, I guess, do they have any locations that might have special daggers? Is there a place I can look?
Yeah, you might not have read kind of the ping that I'd sent out about that, but I think there are a couple people that want to do related things. So I think we can wrap all that into one thing in the second half here.
Excellent. All right, yeah, just go meet up with the rest of the group.
Okay. And then as far as Rubato goes, really mainly my understanding was, at least kind of for the morning here, was that you wanted to go back after having prepared your spells and whatnot and finish translating the second half of the book, right?
That was the main goal. I might swing back to the inn after meeting them and try to clean myself up a little more first. To not look odd when I get to the church, I guess.
Okay.
Just freshly bathed. Yeah, sorry, I needed to sleep in a little bit more after all the ruckus of last night. Had to.
All right. So you go back. Well, I guess you had only paid for one kind of day/night at that inn. So
I would then get there, realize that, and turn around and walk to the church.
Okay. So yeah, you show up. At this point, like she's expecting you. Like you guys left off, kind of with the sealing ritual and with the expectation that your work was going to be finished. So yeah, you show back up, and she's as a kind of high priority piece of intelligence, like the book is staying in her office. It's not like out on some pedestal or something. So you let yourself in, and I suppose...
Which I do. I just walk in. I don't...
Right. Oh, yeah, no, I knew
wait.
you weren't going to stand on ceremony there. And she's kind of like buried in some paperwork, so she looks up and sees you, and it's just like, yes, just kind of like not like pejoratively or anything, but just kind of dismissively, like, yeah, go about your business. And there's that area where you were talking before is kind of a little sitting area. There's like 2 or 3 chairs and a little coffee table and stuff.
And I prepared comprehend languages and read magic. Twice each, just in case today.
Okay.
And just in case. And while I'm scribing, I'm listening intently, and also taking some side notes in my own paperwork. Just of anything that piques my interest.
Okay. Let me find the right part of my notes here. Oh, that's because that's the wrong file. Nope. I didn't type over it, did I? Oh, there it is. Oh, wow. I almost pasted that in Twitch chat. That would have been unfortunate.
Nailed it.
That would have been hilarious.
The windows are right next to each other, so...
Hilariously terrible, but it would have been funny. And as I'm doing my work, I'm just kind of trying to keep a little out of eyesight and wiping my brow, like I'm just sweating.
Okay. Make me 2 rolls then. Make a sleight of hand check for like being surreptitious about that, and then make me a sense motive check to kind of like intuit some stuff in the text.
Right. Oh, Where's my character sheet? Ba-da-ba. So, sleight of hand first.
Whatever order, sure. What's the
come
final
now.
on that? What was that, Rubato?
I don't have sleight of hand on here. I'm wondering if I'm not looking at the correct sheet. I thought I had it on here.
Should be.
You have your character
The
sheet?
skills should be in
It's
alphabetical
it's
order.
under sense motive.
Yeah, it's not listed there.
Spellcraft? Do you know where spellcraft is? It's above
Yep.
spellcraft.
Yeah, it's not in there. It's missing in
Weird.
between those. Well, I rolled a 13 on that.
Are you using some like custom character sheet?
Oh man, I had to slaughter a character sheet to try to fit the things I was trying to fit. Yeah.
Well,
The one
sleight
I
of hand
sent
is
you.
dex based, and obviously you don't have any ranks in it if it's not even on your character sheet.
13.
Okay. All right, and then make me a sense motive check. You're lucky I rolled really poorly for her spot.
That's a 7.
Okay, go ahead and delete some stuff from that. While he's reading that and formulating any potential follow-up questions, is there somebody that wants to real quickly cash in on your payment?
I want to go get paid.
I would have never guessed it would have been Bahir.
I'll meet up with Bahir and work on getting paid, and then we can go get magical stuff.
Okay. Rubato might want to join you for that also potentially, but
Fair point.
oh no, the black cat is just flavor for the little town square that we're using.
Speaking of words,
That's actually Scott Bosch's boss's spy.
right?
You know, the process for getting paid at this point is pretty straightforward. Like you get a writ from the captain that commissioned you, and then you take it to the quartermaster, and then they pay you. So I don't think we need.
Can I get the other from Randall?
Well, we can just light role play that really quickly. Like, what is it that you're asking of him?
I just need the shopkeeper said that he needed like a sealed letter from you for him to buy things from me because he thinks I got these things nefariously.
He kind of chuckles. And he's like, "Well, I suppose it's good to know someone out there takes the law seriously." And he's like, "Yeah, just don't be don't be selling anything that's crucial. But if you're just talking valuables or whatever, that's kind of spoils of war." And he pencil whips you a note really quickly and seals it.
Okay. Thank you.
So the quartermaster gives you kind of the standard payment for that the adventure, which is equivalent to 100 gold in coin and like a writ of excuse for 25 gold from Skabash's community service.
Sweet.
How many of there are? 1, 2,
There's
5
of
of
you.
us.
Yeah.
So it's 25 gold in my community service?
Potions, I can tell you that.
So I'm up to 35 gold of community service.
What? Yeah, 25 for your community service, and then 100 golden coin, which obviously you can split up however you want. For the most part, you guys have been splitting evenly.
There's what, 5 of us?
Yeah.
20 gold?
There's 20 each.
Don't you have like all the money that you've been paid so far though, Rocket? You should have like 50 to 75.
The healing potion is 300 gold.
There's cheaper healing potions than that.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
Yeah, that's like a I don't remember off the top of my head, but that's like a potion of superior healing or something.
No, that's cure moderate wounds.
Okay.
Is 300.
Oh, that's right. I think it was the wrong game. Yeah, cure what? Cure minor, cure light, cure moderate.
Cure light
cure
wounds
major.
is 50.
Yeah.
It'd be all of my money for how much you even heal off of light wounds. A D8. Oof.
Well, I mean, you also
Yikes.
might be able to convince like other people in the party to like buy potions for themselves, also.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's just kind of happening in the background. Rubato, anything from you?
Yeah, as I'm reading this, any idea that I can attempt to ascertain these masters as I'm kind of like, ooh, it's getting spicy.
Well, so the sense motive check that I had you make was to make like an intuitive leap as to like what the implication there is, and you failed that.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was referring to that or something else. I just did not.
Yeah,
get to
no,
know.
fair enough. For sure. Yeah.
But yeah, I just kind of like mumbled to myself, ooh, it's getting interesting. Just so I can get her eyebrow to pop up as I'm reading my book.
She kind of huffs at you like, you know, because also, well, I guess like Rubato doesn't know this, but it's worth pointing out contextually that like arcane magic is not illegal, but is not as common as divine magic in the kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
So there's also like kind of a low grade like distrust of practitioners of arcane magic. So which
Why
is
she doesn't like me.
it's not helping. But so when you say you literally say it's getting interesting.
Yeah, just kind of like, you know, under my breath kind of thing.
She
but
kind of huffs
to...
at you.
Oh, hello there.
And she's like, wizard, interesting might be good for you, but that's generally bad for the rest of us. Let's not be celebrating that.
Oh, no, nothing celebrating here. Just commenting myself mostly. Pleased with myself that I got a reaction. But otherwise, continue my work.
Okay. So it takes I forget, I looked it up at one point what the like speed was, but I think it's only 10 minutes or something, right? Like, it doesn't take a super long time to do that. And I forget, did we leave off, was your deal to scribe them a copy in common?
Yes. The general gist of it, the best that I could, knowing that it's written in magic and in a different language, so it won't be perfect, but they're going to get what they're going to get.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just scribing obviously is going to take longer than reading.
Yes. Yeah, I had planned that I was going to be busy for a good chunk of the day.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, that's that, and just trying to listen closely as best as I can, but otherwise, just doing my work.
Okay. I think that's a good point. We were going to try and take a break at about an hour 30. We didn't maybe get quite everything done before the break that we wanted to, but we've definitely been significantly more productive. I think let's take a 5 or so minute break and then come back, and we'll wrap up what we're doing here in town, and then get to sleep for our outgoing adventure.
That's good.
I rolled an 8 for her spot check, Amlas. So. I did say she was focused on other work, so there's that too. So yeah, we're gonna take a 5-minute stretch break. Players and non-players alike, get yourselves some water, get a little snacky if you need a snack. We'll be back in a few.
As far as finishing up where we're at, if that's where we're picking back up.
Yeah.
Okay. So as I'm finishing reading the book, I'm slowly just getting quieter, and my eyes are being more focused and my brow furrowed. I'm looking maybe a little paler than I was when I came in. And when I finish, I put both books back on her desk and don't let anyone else touch that book. Don't let anyone else read that.
She's like,
I want to press this upon you.
That was the whole point.
Right. But I wanted to make sure you understood. While I was reading it,
when you say that, just really quickly, like, because I have to interrupt you to say things that would happen as body language, but she just like palm to forehead, like.
Oh. While I was reading it, something was speaking to me, like in my head, trying to convince me to continue their work. So I want to press upon you. Don't let anyone else read this book.
Okay. I was curious how you were going to go about that. So she kind of like, I don't know. I don't want to say narrows her eyes at you, because that gives the wrong message, right? Because that's like doubting. But she, I don't know, just kind of like, generally just be narrowing her eyes. Yeah. But she just like takes you in very severely and just kind of like looks you up and down, and then like more as a way of like processing and considering what you're saying. But then like as she does so, you see her eyes also kind of like widen a little bit. As she like kind of notices you a little bit more fully than she had since you came in. Because remember that whole thing only took like 10 or 20 minutes, so like you haven't actually been there that long.
Right.
At least the usage of the spell and whatnot. Writing out a whole book obviously took long. Well, whole book, it's a short book, but writing out those pages would have taken a bit longer. And then she like sees kind of your skin condition and everything too, and she like takes the original from you, and like, or not from you, you put it on her desk, like takes it and like puts it in essentially like a locking desk drawer, and then she takes your copy and is like, if you read, and and like hands it back to you, and is like, when you read this, do you hear it?
And I'll flip it open and read my own writing and try to listen closely.
Okay. You do not hear it.
Okay. So no, it must be something with that book specifically. This is fine. There's nothing going on here. And on that, I thought I had detect magic. Maybe I don't. Okay, never mind then. But this is fine. Just press upon her. No, this is This is
I
fine.
don't know why Capagen's not grabbing a bunch of the BTTV emotes, but that should have played the GIF. Anyway, sorry.
But yeah, I'll just press upon her that this is fine. I still think it would be best to keep it to as few people as possible. But that book specifically, keep that locked up or something. Don't let someone else get a hold of that. It wants to be finished. It is not, but it wants to be.
So she stands up and she's like, that is, we're finding more and more things upon which we can share common ground. That is the ultimate secrecy of this is imperative. I need to excuse myself for just a moment. And she stands up and goes out the door. Make me a listen check.
Gladly. Success.
What?
I'm too lost in my own thoughts. That is a natural 1.
For a total of...
For a total of 2.
Oh, I thought you had a negative. Okay. I thought it was going to be a negative number. Okay.
No, my listen's fine. It's my spot. That's not.
Right. Opening a file really quickly. Wait, where did I put that? Oh dear. This is why I prefer paper notes. This is actually really weird. I feel like this is the wrong version of my session 8 notes. Because I explicitly remember writing down the name of the priest who performed the ritual of binding for you, and it's not in my notes.
Oh, I have it. Give me a second. It is Lloyd, the cleric.
Yeah, thank you. I'm still concerned. Thank you, Aurar, as well. Well done.
Yeah, nice.
I'm still concerned at where that information is. I found it. Okay. Dang it. It was in the next spot that I hadn't looked at. You watched it last night? Still, I mean, that's just a random name. Good on. I definitely would not have remembered that from a previous night. Okay. So a few minutes later, Leona steps back in. Actually, just for funsies, you can make one more listen check if you want.
Sure. Coming out of being in my own head. Natural 20.
Famine and then feast.
Yeah. So after I get out of my own head and pay attention for a second.
You hear the door lock, door locking mechanism, unclick.
Mm-hmm.
And then Leona steps back in with Lloyd in tow. And she sits down on the chair across from you and looks at you very seriously and is like, I know we've had our differences. I know this kind of alliance or whatever we want to call it is new and perhaps a little bit shaky, but I need you to trust me on this. I think that you may have been exposed to something truly evil, and I want Lloyd to perform an exorcism on you.
Well, I think part of that we can agree on. Shaky, sure, exposed to something evil. Yes. Exorcism? Do I have to take my clothes off, or I don't know how this works.
Sorry, I was not expecting that. She's like, no, in fact, with the way your skin is looking, I would rather you keep your clothes on and stay as far away from me as possible.
Oh, that's good. Been feeling a little under the weather today. Well, Lloyd? Do I need to, like, put my hands on the wall, or?
He just kind of smiles and he says, no, just gonna kind of clear some space here, and like turns around also and locks the door, and then just kind of like he's a gentle soul, like he just kind of bustles around and like pushes the chairs kind of out of the way and like grabs the coffee table and like pushes it up against one of the chairs, and then like motions to have you lay down like on the rug.
Comfortable. A little bumpy, but not bad.
As you go to lay down, Leona's like, no. He kind of like flinches just a little bit. He's like he didn't think about it.
You know, I think we got a new rug recently, so if this one gets too dirty.
Oh dear. I don't know if that's a good choice.
Good thing Bahir's not here.
So yeah, I don't know if you know anything about like the real life treatment for people that are having like a seizure or whatever, but essentially like do not restrain them, like lay them down, get them somewhere safe, and like move anything away from them that they could hurt themselves on. So that's like essentially what they're doing here. So he goes through like the whole kit and caboodle. You know, he lays out candles and uses, you know, salt and the holy symbols, and does the whole thing, and you don't feel any different.
Was that it?
He's kind of like kneeled down, so he kind of like rests back on his haunches and is like, just kind of pauses, like mouth almost like slightly open, and like looks up at Leona, and then he just kind of like shakes his head and he's like, what? And then he goes through the motions that you actually recognize from your time around Lazarus, to cast a healing spell, and like lays hand on your shoulder and like heals you.
It always feels nice and warm.
There isn't even really like a check that makes sense for this. I don't know. I don't have like a great way to describe it, because it's you know, it is a like an ailment. So you don't it's not just like everything, you know, it's not like the removal of an illusion where just like snap, everything's different. But like you feel a little bit better.
It's like a gather information, or maybe a heal check for kind of the reverse. Do I feel better kind of thing, maybe?
Well, no, like you do feel better. I just like, you know, I don't have a way on like a time scale that makes sense while you're sitting in her office to be like, you know, your wounds close and stop seeping.
Oh, okay. So I just feel slightly less under the weather after
but
that.
Yeah, and like, you know, if you were to really stop and like examine, you know, like a 1x1 square on your arm, like you'd probably notice that like some of the scabs and wounds like don't look as bad, and like maybe your arm's not quite as like gross.
All right. Oh, all right. Well, I don't know about the exorcism, but that seemed to have helped. You might want to take a look at the rest of our crew, they kind of all seemed a little under as well. Not quite like me, but
So when you say that, they like it's like a light bulb goes on for both of them, and they're like, wait, you weren't possessed. The book is possessed. You and your friends like have been tainted by evil. You need to get them here immediately.
Good thing I'm going over there anyway.
yeah. Shortly afterwards, Bahir walks in. Well, I can go find him. I'll go hunt him down. And I'll get up and kind of nod, and I'll be back.
So by this point, right, we're probably like midday or maybe even a little bit later. So she's like, before you go, how long ago were you there?
Oh, let me think. If it was when the last time we were all together around the book, or there specifically.
She's like, no. I mean, when were you in the ruins?
See, that was 2 days ago, so that was on the 47th day of spring. And it was kind of midday, I believe.
She's like, what? Who gives dates that way? What are you talking about?
It was the 47th day of spring. Just 2 days ago.
She stops and like literally counts out on her fingers, and she's like, okay, so the 17th of mid-spring, like, what is wrong with you? Whatever. And she's like, okay, this is of the utmost importance. Like, there is a limited time to deal with this. Kind of depending on the severity. Sometimes it's as little as a day. Thankfully, it looks like that wasn't the case here. But this is a little outside of my skill set. But as far as I know, 3 days is the most time that you have before the symptoms become permanent, less the use of incredibly powerful magic.
Well, we're leaving soon, so we're going to have to fix that. I'll go find them, and I'll bring them all here.
Okay. So we'll cut away from that for a minute and go to Ava, who is actually like miles outside of town.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, so I went and brought Roderick that piece of paper from Randall.
Right.
And then I'm going out to check on the group of quote unquote fresh scouts, kind of on a training mission.
Yeah. So he essentially he's used to working with new people, and it's not uncommon for stuff to take a little longer than normal, but he's getting a little antsy, just kind of with how everything's been ratcheting up in the area. So he sends you out to find them. It's really just a couple hours travel in each direction, as long as everything goes well. They didn't send him to the depths of the jungle or anything. But I will still have you make a survival check to kind of wayfind.
That is... Sorry. 22.
Nice. Okay. So you make your way out there, no problem. It takes you probably 3 hours or so to, because any sort of direction like that is going to be somewhat imprecise. he just knows kind of roughly where they were sent. So you get to the general area in about 2 hours, and then it takes you maybe another hour of kind of poking around to actually like find your way over to them. And as you approach them, the what's the word I want? Kind of like the mentor that's out with them, flags you down and is like, "Hey, sorry, Ava, I know this is taking longer than it's supposed to. I'm not surprised Randall sent you out here. We just had to spend a lot of extra time. There's a lot more like goblin movement closer to town than there was the last time I came out here to do this with recruits. So we've had to be a lot more careful than we expected. And we're good. A few bangs and bruises on Joan over there as we were kind of beating our way through the brush, but everyone's good. We can come back with you if that's what he wanted, or we can finish our outing and come back tomorrow, but we're good.
Okay. Have you had any close encounters with the goblins?
It's like, yeah, I don't know, it's really weird. Like goblins are always kind of pricks, but they just really seem like they're on edge. I don't know, it's almost like they're scared of something. So they don't like, if we run into them or they run into us or whatever, like there's bound to be a fight, but I don't know, it doesn't seem to me like they're looking for trouble. It more seems to me like they're trying to get away from something.
Get away from something, and you haven't seen what that other something could be, or found any other
it's like no
tracks?
It's just something I've been talking about with a couple of the others too. It just, I don't know, it's strange. It's like they it's like that group actually I heard about that you guys got caught up with a 10 day ago or what have you, where it's almost like they're rehoming or something.
Okay, well, Randall didn't ask me specifically to bring you guys back. He kind of more so wanted kind of just a check-in rather. Are you guys making your way back soon? Do you feel comfortable staying out with this group of fresh recruits?
I think we're doing good. We got to practice a little first aid, and he kind of nudges the one that he was talking about before, and and got practice our bushwhacking, and I think we're doing all right. Although if you've got an extra ration or two on you, since we've been out here a little longer than expected, I wouldn't turn down an extra bite.
Yeah, definitely. Ava hands him basically everything she's got, since she's only like a few hours away from town.
Yeah, it's not gonna impact your livelihood or anything. So just make sure to mark it off of whatever you had. / you'll want to spend a few extra coins in the background to replace your rations before you guys leave tomorrow. Okay. So he's like, yeah, thanks, and they all three of them kind of grab a bite and chow down while you're there, and they're happy to just like sit and chat with you for a few minutes or whatever. He's like, this area seems to be pretty safe. We pulled back a little bit from where we were, so we're a little closer to town right now, and so just kind of like shoots the shit with you for an hour or so, and then it's like, all right, well, we should probably get back to it, and you probably should too. But thanks for coming out and checking in on us.
Yeah, of course. Did Ava see anything like suspicious, or like see any goblins like along the way, or track like any like suspicious like tracks along the way?
Make me a spot check.
Okay.
Go.
20 in total.
You'd have to stop on the way back and like do a little more research if you really wanted to like have anything specific to report. But I would say, generally speaking, she's definitely aware that just kind of like this part of the forest, which is, you know, like I said, a lot closer to town than where you guys had previously been working, definitely just looks more like lived in, if you will, than kind of it had previously. Like there's just more, you know, like tracks here and there, like maybe a cut down tree here or there, like carcasses of animals every now and then, like just kind of just generally looks more like there's been more happening there.
Okay. Okay, so I guess I could probably just head back and kind of like report this, like kind of play telephone and pass along and report the information over to Randall.
Yeah. Go ahead and just make us a survival check for the to wayfind again on the way back.
11.
Okay. So it's going to take probably a little bit longer. I mean, you're certainly not lost with an 11, but, you know, just to find, to try and like retrace your steps and like, dang it, you must have, you know, missed a little bit, and now you have to like ford this little stream, and just like a few things that slow you down that you weren't expecting. But you make it back in like 3 or 4 hours. So you'll probably be getting back to town around dinner time.
Okay.
Or supper, I guess it'd be, whatever. You also, you know, whether you're, like, no matter what you're doing, whether you're working hard or not, you find yourself just like taking more breaks than you're used to. You just like feel kind of winded, like almost kind of out of shape. Like it's you know, it's definitely like not feeling like your body normally feels.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm trying to remember. Rubato was already on his way to the church. Not Rubato, sorry. Bahir was already on his way to the church. Rubato is going to look for people. Alendite is at the stable, but you probably told people that. What is Skabash doing? Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay. Okay. Make so let's have Rubato make a. I don't know, just kind of like an intelligence check, I guess. Just kind of like how, like, you know, do you remember exactly what everyone said they were doing? Like, how efficiently do you, like, make your way around town and find them?
Intelligence check, that would be a 9.
9, okay. Roll me a d4.
I was a little preoccupied when we had met up, trying to hide my stickiness.
Yeah.
4.
All right. So, you know, you spent your first few hours in the day doing everything that we've already covered. And then you head out to get around town, but you're like, okay, well, Bahir was going to try and like sell that rug. So you like kind of poke around a little bit and try and find somewhere to like where he might be selling a rug. And then you're like, oh, well, okay. You know, and of course by this time, like Bahir's made his way to the church. And you're like, all right, well, Alendite was going to go and try and pick up his horse. I don't know where he was going to go, but I guess if we're going like out of the western gate, he probably like went to the western military camp. So like go over there and look for him, and like, no, nobody over there has seen him, and like, God dang it. And then you have to like go over to the eastern camp, and and then finally you find him there. And just kind of like, just one of those days, man. Like all of the like choices that you make are logical enough, but like you just keep barely missing the mark.
Yeah.
And it takes like a good chunk of the day to run people down. What should have probably been like a 30-minute task takes 4 hours instead.
Why was I the person who's sent to go find these people? Who
Well,
knows?
she probably sends me out after Rubato, right?
I don't want to
actually
Benny
a
Hill it
point.
too much.
She's like, where'd they go? Rubato's not back yet. You should have been back by now. You go.
No, more specifically, actually, like when you show up, there, she just has Lloyd like waiting with her to kind of same thing, like minimize exposure to how many people are involved in this, but also to have somebody on hand. So
Lloyd.
when you show up, they what's the word I want? Not really welcome, but they like kind of hurriedly like usher you into Leona's office and close the door behind you, and they're like, have you been feeling poorly recently? Like, have you noticed anything odd?
Odd. What's the meaning of this? What do you mean odd? That's not particularly helpful. Odd.
Actually, speaking of odds, here, roll me a d20.
Okay. I don't know where that went, but I rolled it.
But it was a 2. Okay. You like when they, because you're, it doesn't really matter, right? It's about to get taken care of. So you're feeling like fight or flight, right? So
Yeah.
I was just thinking that odds would be fight and evens would be flight. So like when they close the door behind you, you can't help but feel like all of a sudden like claustrophobic and like you don't want to be here and you want to get away from these people.
I think I'm just gonna come back later. if you'll excuse me.
And Leona just kind of like slides her way past you and like plants herself in front of the door behind you and is like, I will not excuse you.
Is there a window in the office?
No.
It's your turn to hear.
I feel like I'm being held prisoner here, kind of, for no just reason.
And your eyes are probably kind of like darting around the room, like looking for somewhere you could try and like escape or whatever.
Cal probably has like his hand like towards his back by his sword.
Do you have spellcraft?
Definitely not.
Okay. I assumed as much. But, as you're kind of like focused on her and this like locked door and whatever, you hear like chanting coming kind of from beside you.
I draw my sword.
Oh my gosh, do you still have the carpet on you?
First you trapped me in a room and now you are going to cast spells on me.
So, as you, because you have like a back scabbard, right?
Yeah, it's on my back.
So, generally speaking, like to draw from scabbards like that, actually it's theorized probably didn't really exist, but.
Well, I was gonna say it's probably more like straps, like across my back.
Right.
Sword,
I mean, just
like,
in general, that way of carrying swords generally is actually believed probably not to exist, and other than maybe like cavalry people or something. But even so, they probably would have had their stuff on like their horses. But I have seen stuff done where people like do like like tests and stuff, like where they make them. And it's not an easy thing to draw from, right? Especially if you have like a 3 or 4 foot long sword here. Your arms aren't even long enough, right, to like like lift that all the way out. So there's kind of like you kind of have to like almost kind of like lean forward a little bit and kind of like shrug your shoulders down. It's like a whole body thing to like draw a sword from a scabbard like that. So like as you go to do that, you kind of like shrug forward and like go back to try and like draw your sword or whatever, and you're like turning towards I don't remember if you know. I don't think you've been exposed to Lloyd yet, but whatever. This Lloyd is over there, and so like he's reaching out, actually just to grab like your shoulder or whatever to like cast this healing spell on you. But you turn towards him, and he just like like his hand just kind of like like spiders over your face, essentially.
Okay.
And then like, you know, this one isn't like a physical symptom, so it's much more immediate. You feel maybe a little weirded out
like
that there's a hand on your face, but you feel like
intense.
much calmer very suddenly.
Okay. Ugh. Yeah, I will. I'll like stand back up straight, but like I apologize for my my demeanor.
Leona just kind of sighs and you know, kind of like takes her hand off the hilt of her sword, and Lloyd just kind of like pats you, like he's like a kindly, like he's not like a tottering like 90-year-old or anything, but like he's you know, he's older than a lot of the other people that you guys have been dealing with, and he just kind of like pats you on the shoulder and kind of like ushers you towards one of the chairs to sit down.
I mean, to be fair, neither of you really said anything that whole time. You just started casting stuff on me, but
I mean, it's just a spell,
I'll
right?
brush that
It's one
aside.
standard action, so that took like 3 seconds. He didn't perform like a ritual or anything.
Yeah.
Leona definitely has communication issues. She's just a get stuff done, ask questions later kind of person.
Anyway, I was coming over here because I had some like things I wanted to sell, and I wanted to see if you might be interested in a few of them. After we got that all done.
We were all hit by whatever this thing is. Someone should probably go fast.
Well, yeah, the rest of you are being rounded up by Rubato.
But I was with Bahir.
Oh, sorry.
I am there with
I don't know
Bahir.
why that just is not sticking in my brain.
So
yeah.
I just sit there and wait because I know it's my turn.
Yeah, sorry. Quick retcon. They probably would only be dealing with one of you at a time, so they probably would not have let you in.
Got
At
it.
first when they let Bahir in. So after that, then then they open the door to you.
Hey, Alonde, he's having trouble walking. What happened? Anybody have an explanation?
She just kind of like gestures over to Lloyd, and he's like, "Well, this is not. I've only read of this before. I've never encountered it, but from what I understand, when one is exposed to like a true evil, it is pervasive. It can like take presence in items and objects, in environments even, and when you're exposed to that, you can like your soul, your body, your mind can become tainted.
Out of curiosity, does spending more time in an area such as this affect you greater?
Like I said, this is a very obscure, very uncommon thing, so I might need to spend some time researching that, but I can't imagine that it would make you better. I certainly
Because the
wouldn't
tiny
recommend it.
gnome that was with us, the other gnome, the scout, we might want to get her.
Oh, she's actually halfling.
Halfling, the other tiny person.
Yeah, no, sorry, it just threw me off for a second because I thought you were talking about the NPCs.
No. So we should probably find Ava, like now. If we've all been affected by this thing.
He says, yeah, that's there's limited resources that we can dispatch to that, but from what I understand from your little friend Rubato, that the window of time on this is closing rapidly.
I turned to Bahir and I'm like,
tonight.
you might want to go track down Alondite and Ava. Because I don't think they're going to be able to. Yeah.
Just want to sell this dang rug.
You could sell it when you come back. Go get them first.
Well, what if the rug is tainted? Now I gotta make sure.
Then leave the rug here and go find them.
Oh, but they'll steal it.
So yeah, as a quick aside, none commented. The D&D game suddenly morphs into a COC game. One of my absolute favorite thematic books, actually, for 3.5. It's called Heroes of Horror, and it's all about like running horror-themed campaigns, adventures, dungeons, etc. And it's one of the reasons why I love 3.5 is because there's rules for everything. So like I didn't even make any of this up. Like the taint of evil is like a thing that's developed in this rule book, and when you become tainted, there's a 1d10 chart for whatever kind of corruption or depravity that you develop, and there are ways for that to potentially become better or worse. It's like a super cool book.
That is amazing. I love it. I love all COC things.
So it's not actually COC, but it's definitely like D&D playing on that string, so to speak. Right, Looney? I love that book. It's one of my favorites. It also has some really cool prestige classes and feats and stuff in it. Just a neat book all around.
Side note, I need to change classes and I need to borrow that book.
All right, so we got I guess it's just Alendite as far as people that are currently available, right?
Yeah.
And is there any sort of plan of action for how to engage Ava about this?
I'm checking the bars. I'm checking at the guard stations.
I'm back at this point, right, from my little trip.
There's probably a little bit of asynchronicity there, because Rubato set out on 4 hours of searching at what was, probably sometime in the afternoon, and you were like, you spent 3 or 4 hours coming back to town at, I don't know, probably around the same time. So, you're definitely getting back later than them, because like everyone else more or less is getting caught like shortly after lunchtime, probably. But I think we can say a stroke of fate, that when you're getting back to town, maybe you run into Rubato kind of searching the area around that northern gate, and you come across each other.
Hey, Rubato. I just got back. Good to see you too.
You good, Mendez?
I heard my name, sorry. I had to run to the bathroom.
That's great.
Ava quickly covers her eyes and turns away. No, just kidding.
Sorry. Oh, there you are. I've been looking everywhere.
Looking for me?
Yes. Come. We need to have a chat with the temple.
Okay.
Some important things have come up after having finalized the book.
Okay.
We may have
Don't tell me it's goblin related.
Oh no, not goblin related. It just might be like a minor curse or something.
Oh,
I'm sure it's fine. Nothing to worry about.
sure. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's worse, but okay, let's go.
Trying to play it off the best I can. That it's, no, it's fine, but
It's fine, but also you have to come with me right now.
Yeah, but we also have to hurry. Yes.
Okay, sounds good. I'm coming with you.
What does garlic do when it gets hot? It takes its cloves off. Oh my god. All right. So like I said, we are skipping around a little bit timeline wise. Do you, Alendite, do you specifically want to play through your healing, or how do you feel about that?
I definitely would have like a contradiction saying like it would have something to do with it taking away my paladin abilities and have sort of an interaction there.
Oh, okay.
And,
So
like,
you want to try and like when they approach you with this, you want to try and argue essentially like this is my what's the word I want? Like this is my punishment from God, essentially.
Yeah, and like quadruple down, like it's not my fault. See, it's this is why.
I thought you had time.
This is my horse.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
Yeah, okay. I was trying to think if Leona wanted to be sassy about that, but she's mostly letting Lloyd handle this. So, I think Lloyd just kind of like sits you down in one of the chairs and is like, "Look, son, this is an act of a god or some such thing, but definitely not your god. You need to let me do this."
Yes, I know, and that's what I'm saying. It all comes like the hag raven cursing me, and this book. It's all connected. It's the reason I'm losing my powers. I'm telling you.
So as you're like doing your best impression of the meme of the guy standing at the cork board with all the stuff, you know, and the cigarette in his face, like he just kind of looks over at Leona. And she just kind of like motions him on, and as you're just like unloading your not life story obviously, but kind of your recent events life story on him, he just kind of like goes ahead and does it. Because
I just close my eyes and I'm open, like, but no, heal me, bring me back to you.
Like, because you already told Leona about all that and like losing your power and whatnot, so that's not news to her.
But I'm kind of like just like doubting her judgment on it and like still thinking that it could be something else.
Right.
Kind of hoping against.
So you it probably takes, I don't know, half an hour or so for like all of your muscles and ligaments and everything to like really truly relax back to the state that they should be in. But you do notice a pretty abrupt like just kind of like initial loosening, and like the pain in your feet lessens, and your boots don't feel quite so restrictive.
You happen to have any rubbing oils that I could, really work into my feet? Some lavender.
Leona's like, I think you know good and well we don't. But you could go and I guess wash them in the in the like the in-ground fountain if you really want to.
Are we being counted as healed as well, or is this?
Yeah, no, it's literally a healing spell. Yeah.
How much healing did we get? Because I was the only one that took full damage.
You're full.
Okay.
You do not notice a change in any of your other symptoms, so to speak, as far as your loss of power and whatnot. But it does feel like your feet are getting better. Symptoms, right? And then after like a half an hour or so of like probably some of the most awkward small talk in the world, Rubato finally shows up with Ava in tow.
I found one.
Yeah, Rubato, you open the door and everyone else is already sitting in there.
Oh, well, there we go. Another great job.
Very dryly, Leona's just like, yeah, great job.
You see me soaking my feet in the waters.
Yeah, you're like out in the, like the chapel, or not chapel, the church proper.
As we had walked past, I was like, Leona needs to. Oh, okay, you already did. Okay.
Amazing.
Okay, so Ava, lay down on the floor. He's gonna do some weird stuff. I don't get it, but you'll be okay. I didn't trust it at first either.
I didn't have to lay on the floor.
You didn't?
No?
Oh.
And Lloyd just kind of comes over and kneels down, or takes a knee rather, not like kneels, but takes a knee in front of Ava, and it's just just kind of reassures you. It's like, yeah, there's no. Initially we thought, I'd imagine you're just looking really puzzled, right? Because Rubato didn't really tell you anything. So he starts like telling you about exorcisms and
Ava's eyes just keep getting like wider and wider.
And he's like, no, but that's not what's going on. I think Rubato just kind of forgot that wasn't what we ended up having to do. And I just need to heal you really fast, just some basic healing magic. But we think that you may have been exposed to something in the ruins of Old Capstone.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I have been feeling a bit winded, but I'll be honest, I thought it was just like all the ales I had yesterday, so wasn't too sure.
He just chuckles. He's like, a young sprite such as yourself, I don't doubt that you've lived a life, and that it might have just felt like any other night after night at the pub, but the taint of evil takes many forms. For some it may be obvious, for some it may be life altering or life ending, and for some it may be a lot less obvious than that, or a lot less impactful than that. But I just need to do this, and like as he's kind of talking to you, he starts kind of like waving his hands around and like chanting, and then he's just like I said, he's kind of a kindly, like, middle-aged guy, and so he just kind of like smiles at you and then like lays his hands on your shoulders. And I don't know, I guess the closest thing that I would compare it to is I don't suppose randomly you're asthmatic, are you, Mandy?
No, I'm not.
I was gonna say it's kind of like when you hit your inhaler after an asthma attack, but there's just kind of like a release of like pressure in like your chest and your throat, and you just kind of generally like don't feel the way that you've been feeling. Probably goes away like about half, kind of like in an instant, and then it takes like 5 or so minutes kind of for the rest of the like the tension in your chest to release, but you start feeling better immediately.
Wow, I feel a lot better already. Jeez, that was quick.
he just kind of smiles and like looks around the room and it's like, you know, is this everybody? Are we good?
What about the gnomes that were at the ruins with us?
Yeah. I don't think
Hear
they.
me shout down the hallway. There was this rat.
Ava speaks up. Yes, the rat.
Yeah, there was a rat. We didn't bring it with us.
But it
might-
wanted us to come with it.
It did. It did.
Rats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy.
The other gnomes, they were in old Capstone, I guess, as well. But I don't think they went down there. It might be worth checking them out.
We probably should have them checked out, though.
Also, I should probably say that I have a few things that I also took from that place that I was looking to sell.
They're probably worth a good chunk of cash, to be fair.
I would assume you also hand
So
out.
if you'd like to buy them, I mean...
I'm assuming you also hand out an even split of coin to the rest of your
Oh
party.
yeah, no. Everyone gets 20 gold.
Yeah, everyone gets 20.
So upon hearing you guys get into kind of the more business aspect of things, Lloyd just kind of like moves towards the door and it starts to excuse himself and says, you know, if, towards Leona, like if that'll be all, I'm spent for the day as far as healing goes, but I'll dispatch a few, I don't actually have a word for them, but like kind of altar boys to try and like hunt down
Initiates.
Initiates. There we go. That's a good one. I'll dispatch a few initiates to ask around and see if they can find the explorers that they're talking about.
Do I know where they were?
I think we kind of just ditched them.
Yeah, you guys didn't really interface with that a whole lot when you came back to town.
Yeah, my
We
intent
kind of
was
showed
to
up
keep
and all
tabs on
split
it,
up.
but yeah, things got a little crazy.
So so he'll go about that business, and then so are you like whipping him out, Rocket?
Yeah, I'll whip them out. I mean, I've had the rug with me because I haven't had the chance to put it down.
Oh yeah, no, I'm assuming that it's just also, if anything, it's probably acting as almost like a makeshift scabbard for your sword, just to have it across your back.
So I've got this rug, Leona. I think it'll look really nice in your office. And I'll roll it out for her.
She like side eyes the heck out of Rubato and is like, "Is this a scam?"
No. It's from the like one place. I rolled up the rug and took it with me because it looked really nice. Believe it or not,
she's like, I just can't help but notice that you guys show up with a nice new rug right after your wizard here rolled his nasty like pus body all over my rug.
Oh, you might not want this rug.
I don't know if this is a very
this one came from that place that we were in. The not
religious, but not
the,
your kind
the
of
not
religious.
good place.
a rug can't be evil. I mean, it's just a rug, you know.
I mean, if we were in contact with something evil there.
I mean, the book makes more sense. So, would you like it, Leona?
She's just like not quite like palm to forehead, but she just like sighs and kind of like elbows down on the desk and is like, no, but like also I don't want you to have it. Like,
I mean, the one guy said he'd buy it from me for 30 gold.
What guy?
Was it 30? I thought it was 50.
The guy in the...
Oh, jeez.
I'll tell her the shop name. That guy.
Okay. How much money did you say?
Earlier. I said 30.
Make a bluff check.
All right.
Oh.
Come on, dice, please. That's pretty good as 14.
What's your modifier?
That's it. It's 14.
I have to make a sense motive roll for her. Hold on.
Okay. I'm sure she doesn't have a high sense
Can
motive.
I assist him and say, like, he was talked down from 50?
Yeah, you can aid another.
So how's that work?
You just you make it's just a flat d20 roll. No, you make a skill check also, and like so the same check. So in this case, bluff, and then if you get 15 or better on your result, it gives Rocket a +2.
Well, my bluff has +2, so.
Sigra in chat,
Better than
grifting
mine.
no matter what. I can't believe you guys are trying to lie to her again.
I don't like her, so I mean.
It went so well last time. I mean,
Well.
Yeah, real well.
Just
Five.
cannot lie to this woman. He can't do it.
I mean, Sky, you got it. You got away fine. So I don't know.
Londa can't do it.
You know what? Yeah, let's just, guys, let's just take 10 and walk away.
I'm not
already
lying. He
threatening
was
to take
trying
my
for
rug away,
50.
though.
I'm not lying. He was trying for 50.
You are, I mean, yes and no, right? You are lying
like
in that you are
50.
trying to aid in his deception.
I'm just sitting back, smirking, watching this.
I mean,
I'm already in enough
technically,
trouble.
Alondai doesn't even know I'm lying, so.
That is like the grayest line if there ever was a shade of gray. Like, in my eyes, that is so true.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, that's how aid and other works. Like, you make the same check the other person makes. So,
I mean, I rolled pretty good. I hope she rolled worse.
Okay, I know we were joking before about, like, one job is taking one game session, but if this fails miserably...
I mean, what you gotta do is say no, and then I leave, and then I go sell the other.
But if she's
right,
figuring
but
out
that's
that
gonna
you're...
re-damage that relationship.
Yeah, that's the point here.
I don't care about mine and her relationship.
Well, I mean, the parties, like you're
I
not
just
an
put my
individual.
hand up. Could we maybe just ask for 10 gold?
Well, you don't
and
know. I mean, yeah, I
leave?
guess you can do that, but
10 gold.
Yes.
10
Yes,
gold.
10 gold.
No way. No
Orar
way.
says, but I think Bahir really is a rogue pretending to be a tank.
New title.
While
A
this is
rug,
going on, I
a
just
book,
lean over
in the
to.
wardrobe.
I just
Has
lean
she-
over to Ava.
Has
just
she
like,
answered? Has she answered yet? What'd she roll?
Well, it's awkward because she's not fully statted, and I rolled a 12, so I was like trying to debate about how much wisdom it would make sense for her to actually have.
Actually, I've changed my mind.
She's just mad. She's not wise.
I mean, I think that's actually a pretty valid point there, Tin Can.
What?
Mostly rolling against her anger.
All right, I rolled a 14 to hide.
No, you can't hide if you're being observed.
She's busy talking to
No,
them.
No.
Okay, rules lawyer.
Fine, I roll a 14 to move silently out of the room.
But the problem is, it's not charisma, or at least I'm pretty sure. I guess I should double check, but I'm pretty sure sense motive is wisdom.
It is wisdom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and wisdom is a spellcasting stat for paladins, so she wouldn't have like none of it.
I mean, you shouldn't have a lot though. Like paladins are
I mean, that just depends on how you're built,
strength
right?
based, you know. How much wisdom do you got over there, Alan Diet?
What's that, sorry?
How much wisdom do you have?
Just,
Oh,
know,
you specifically avoided. Okay, never mind.
I'm just average.
You're a bad
you know.
example. You avoided spell casting altogether.
Maybe.
But when did we agree she's not wise? We never said she's not wise.
No, I'd be more leaning towards she's not very charismatic by the way she acts. Wise, I don't know. I've tested a lot with her.
Here, let's have liar pants on fire, right? The modifier for like the modifier range for a character until you get into higher level stuff is between -4 and +4. So why don't you roll a d8? And at least for now, if it's like totally off the ball, then we'll potentially retcon it later. But for now, for this,
no.
So I was gonna say, so a one would be a -4, a 2 would be a -3, a 3 would be a -2, a 4 would be a -1, a 5 would be a +1, etc., etc. So with a roll of a 5, that would give her a +1 wisdom modifier, so a wisdom of 12 or 13. And I rolled a 12. She gets a +1 from that wisdom modifier and fails to beat your 14 lie with a 13 sense motive check.
Yay!
Sounds good to me.
Let the dice decide. Realistically, if she was fully statted, especially as an officer, it's actually pretty likely she would have some points in sense motive. But like, I'm not trying to beat you. I'm trying to find a sensible solution and let the dice decide. So
roll a mood dice.
I'm gonna ignore skill ranks and we'll just roll off a whiz, and we'll say based on that she has a 12 or a 13 whiz. So she does not detect your lie.
Okay.
That being said, she is also not exactly an appraiser of valuable items. So she's like, well, I mean, I didn't pay anywhere near that for this rug. So she's just going to argue against you on principle. Not that she thinks you're lying to her. But let me make an appraisal check for her. How much does she think it's worth? Oh, awesome. She was like, well, I'm just going to burn it. So how about 10?
I think I'll go to my other dude and sell it to him. So thanks, but no thanks.
Did you get out the painting also?
Yeah, I will take the painting out and show it to her.
Maybe like, yeah, and I would do
Also-
you might want to take a look at those. There seems to be some sort of religious effects on there.
Mhm.
I don't
And
know
they're
what they
really
have,
nice paintings.
It's true. It is a really nice painting.
She's like, well, it might have been before you deframed it.
I mean, you just have to put it in a new frame, and then you don't even see the edges of the painting.
It'll just be a little smaller, but
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to reframe the evil painting.
Oh, kind of added. Of course not. It's part
I
of
mean, who's to say
part of
the
the
painting is
value.
evil? You
the
know,
design of the painting.
art is subjective. Okay.
She's like, no, but I don't want to take any chances. She's like, look, fine. I will requisition a little bit of extra money for this. I will give you 25 each if you will just leave them here and leave me alone.
Deal.
Sold.
All right, have a good one, and I'll leave. Oh wait, well I'll wait until she gives me money, and then I'll leave them.
Well, yeah. So she doesn't have money, right? Like all that stuff passes through the
Mhm.
quartermaster. So she's just like,
Well, I'll wait for her writ then, and then I'll go visit the court.
one elbow down on the table, like not face palming, but like hand up, kind of.
Like, I can't believe I'm spending this kind of money.
Yeah. Like hand on the side of her head, like gives a big sigh as she like writes this thing out, and it's like it just.
No, I
It's
don't
like
think that's
when she goes to hand it
illegal.
to you, right? And so like as you grab it and like
Mhm.
you know and like go to take it into your person. She doesn't let go of it at first. And she's like, just like bring them to me first, at least if you find them in the evil temple, so we can talk about it before you just go and like start a plague of evil in the city to make a buck.
I suppose.
She's like, thank you.
I can do that.
And let's go of it.
Okay. Well, that painting was probably worth more. No, it's fine. It's fine. I will immediately leave, true to my word, and leave her alone.
All right.
And head over to the quartermaster again.
So she's like, look, I'm glad you all are safe despite our differences. Part of my whole job here is that I don't want anyone to be affected by all of this. So I'm glad you are safe. I hope that your mission tomorrow is uneventful and smooth, and I want you to leave now, please. I've had quite enough of all of you for the next little bit here. And I do, believe it or not, have work to do that other than babysitting you also.
You just hear a cough from the pond.
I forgot you were still out
Oh my
there.
gosh, he's still out there. Oh man.
I just kind of lean over the desk towards Leona after Bahir got his writ and left. Like, you might want to take a closer look at those. I think they might have a little more insight to the book. But it's nothing I understand. It's more religious things.
She gives you a legitimate thanks, and she's like, I do appreciate it. Most of us here among the captains and commanders deal in the day to day, and the resources and connections and whatnot that we have tend to focus on that. So I don't know. We are going to have to cast around a little bit and find and vet some sort of a historian or scholar to engage with this that either somehow knows about it, although I hope not, or at least who can engage in some surreptitious work on our behalf to get to the bottom of this.
A good idea.
And then she stows them in the same like lockbox under the desk that she put the book in.
Good. I would keep a close eye on those as well, just in case.
Yeah, this is gonna have to. These are not going to stay here. I need to consult. I don't even know who I need to consult with. It would probably be Bridget, but she has to leave tomorrow, so I might just get in touch with hold on. Notes document.
Who's Bridget?
Oh dear.
I think Bridget's the person we're escorting.
She can't help but stifle a laugh. She's like, that's the marshal that you're meeting with to escort tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I don't know people around here. I'm not from here.
She just kind of gives you a what's the word I want? Like a friendly shrug. I don't know if that's the right words to put together, but she's like, yeah, fair enough. Although you might want to do your homework so you're not just bumbling around tomorrow. But in the meantime, I guess I'm probably gonna bring this to I guess I'll get together with Selena about this, the day commander.
Okay, good. I don't have to ask who that is. You already told me.
She's like, no, I didn't feel like having to play 20 questions with you again.
But don't you worry. Bumbling around is what I do best. And then I wink at her and leave.
Oh, jeez.
As the door closes behind you, you hear just the faintest, well, you certainly do it at least. All right. So slower than I'd feared, faster than slower than I'd hoped, faster than I'd feared. We've gotten through certainly a lot more today. As far as I'm aware, the last thing that's on our to-do list for town activities is that a couple of you wanted to shop around for like potions and magic items and whatnot.
Yeah, I wanted to buy a healing potion, but I can just do that if you want. I mean,
I need to track down. I'm looking for a better dagger / magical dagger.
I think it's fine. I mean, we've covered all this ground. It's just one more thing to do. I don't think it's going to take that long. Let's see. Make like a tree and leaf. I'm trying to think of who has done the most actual like kind of work around town. I think it's probably actually Bahir who spent the most time like around town.
mm-hmm.
Make an intelligence check for me.
Okay.
Also, sweetie, do you want to kill that D20 that's like hanging out there?
Oh.
Do I get my +2 for caps and things? Okay.
How do I do that again?
That's not great. That's 5, 6,
I think you
7,
right click on it
8.
in the list. No, right click. There you go. No, right click. There you go. What was it?
8.
Oh. Yeah, you guys might need to poke around a little bit, I guess, to find something like that. It's, in general, this is very much a frontier, almost kind of borderline Wild West town, and even the military and the militia and whatnot, the magic is not a significant part of life here. So it's not to say that it might not exist, but there's definitely not a potion tent on every corner or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think we need to make any rolls or anything. I think we can just say that you split up maybe into a group of 2 and a group of 3 and kind of circle around the outer ring of town and then meet back up and maybe just spend like an hour kind of poking around and then say that Skabosh actually is the one that kind of finds down like a back alley as you're poking around. You find a sign hanging off the side of a building with a wand on it.
Excellent. This way.
I will follow.
I'll follow too.
What about Ava and Alendite? Are you going with, or are you staying in town?
No, I'm gonna try and maybe go to the quartermaster, military quartermaster.
This is gonna
no,
go.
Actually, I'll
it's gonna
try
go
the
so
church
well.
quartermaster.
Oh no.
Okay. Yeah, just make a diplomacy check real quick.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
Hey, that's number 2.
try as you might. You are not the church quartermaster. In fact, does not have military saddles on hand.
What? They have paladins that have special mounts. This is absurd.
And they own their own saddles.
Well, how do they get fitted in? Absolutely absurd.
He's like, look, I'm not stonewalling you here. If you want a riding saddle, like I will give you a riding saddle. But if you want a military saddle, you probably should go to the military quartermaster about that.
Of course, I don't want a riding saddle. My horse already has a riding saddle.
He just kind of,
Thank you.
He just shrugs his shoulders. He's
And
like,
this is
"Sorry,
how
like,
the party has to bail the paladin out of jail yet
that's
again.
what I have."
Thank you. I will go to the military.
Do we actually get to do a jailbreak this time? For Paladin, or...
I mean,
Right.
do anything illegal. He's just asking for something they don't have.
I foresee things happening.
Yeah, but our tin can has a tendency to ask relatively aggressively, you know?
Just a bit.
All right. So, do you want? We want Karen Dite. We want Karen Dite.
I mean, Karen Dite was kind of coming out there a little bit.
So, and we can just hand wave and say that you guys turned in the writ from Leona, so y'all have another 10 gold.
Each? Or is it split?
I mean,
5
do whatever you
ways?
want with it. That's what you have been doing with it, is splitting it evenly.
Yeah, I guess that's mostly up to Bahir.
We're better splitting.
Bahir.
Sorry, I was muted.
I guess we split 4 ways then.
No, I'm here. Sorry, what?
All right.
You have 50 gold, or 50 gold, you know, in theory, from Leona. What are you doing with it?
I was gonna buy a healing potion.
So are you
With
just
it.
keeping it?
So you're keeping all 50 gold.
Well, a healing potion costs 50 gold. So I was willing to spend 50 gold for a healing potion.
So that's a yes.
Okay, so,
So,
the
yeah.
answer is you're not splitting the gold.
Yeah.
That's
I
what we're-
mean, like, the healing potion will benefit everyone. So, no, I'm not.
There we go. You just needed to say the words. Okay. So Alandite, you have whatever money you had, you know, including the 20 that you got from the previous split. Do you have enough to buy a military saddle, which is 60?
Barely.
Okay. So it's up to you. I mean, you could probably, like, essentially, I don't know, lease one, for lack of a better word.
Is there any way that I could diplomatically talk to anyone in the church to give me a writ of duty and then have it paid off in future duties or in tithe? And have a military saddle on loan.
You essentially want to put it on a payment plan?
Yeah. For the church, you know, those wonderful church payment plans that they have.
So are you, hold on, are you wanting to try and borrow money from the church against your future tithes, or are you wanting to just take out a loan from the quartermaster?
The first option.
I mean, that's kind of what you were already trying to do with the diplomacy check, right? Is you're trying to, like, kind of requisition via, like, your membership in the church, and that failed.
Correct, but they did not have the item, so
Well,
then
I mean,
that
that's
would be
just the way that I'm describing
outsourcing.
that away.
Okay.
But I'm okay with one retry because you're kind of posing this as a different thought, I suppose, as trying to get money instead of trying to get the item.
Okay. Forget it. Yeah, okay, fine. I have 21
To be fair, you've only paid like 2 tithes at this church so far, so you don't exactly have a lot of sway.
How many jobs have we done?
And actually, speaking of which, don't forget to take a tithe out of that 20 that you just got.
Yeah, I've done that.
Okay.
I only got the 14 out of it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll buy the whole damn saddle and be left.
I mean, you want one eventually anyway, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean,
you
that can
rent?
just happen, right? That's just a transaction, so you can just mark that off.
Do you rent with the promise to return?
What?
I'm asking, do they rent with the promise to return? The deposit. No, now I'm just being stubborn.
Okay, I was gonna say. I mean, like they would let you put down the whole price as collateral and then return like 90% of it to you upon return of the saddle if you wanted to do it that way.
No, I'm just being a turd now.
Okay.
I have one goal.
What about Ava? Are you going into the magic shop? Or are you with Alendite? Or are you?
I'll go into the magic shop.
Okay. All right. So the other 4 of you snake your way down this back alley, which like somehow you just never really noticed before, and catch. And Skabosh like catches you and brings you over to the shop that she's found. It doesn't really look like much of anything. If anything, it's like kind of a rickety wooden building with just kind of this like crappy sign with faded paint hanging over the door. Like hanging out, so perpendicular to the wall. There's no like windows or anything, but it's the only thing you guys have found so far.
I'll head on in.
Okay. You as you open the door and step in, you are surprised that it's not at all what you expected it to be. There's like this very brief sense of disorientation, and and then like you see this like not huge. I mean, it's not a warehouse, but this room that looks much bigger than what you anticipated seeing stretches out before you with like racks and shelves all around the walls and like armor stands in the middle of the room and just all sorts of magical wares. And then what was that, Rubato?
It's beautiful. Is there a tear coming out of Rubato's eye?
And then as you kind of like take in both the like the magnificent sights in front of you and also kind of this like react from this just like minor disorientation as you step into the room, you also like come to notice like to your surprise that there are also 2 skeletons standing on either side of the like flanking either side of the door on the inside.
Chat says Rubato just sets up his bedroll off to the side and never leaves.
One of them is just a bare skeleton. I would say naked, but I feel like naked doesn't really cover it for skeletons. So it's just like a bare skeleton standing there like holding like a spear, and the other one has like a kind of a hide armor tunic on, and is like standing there holding a sword.
I immediately inspect the skeletons.
You're not off put by undead being there at all. Like this is very strange for the rest of you, at least.
Do they look real?
Yeah, yeah, they look like. I mean, I don't know. I guess you've probably never taken an anatomy class in this era, but it as far as you can tell, it looks like the lifeless, soulless body of a person has been propped up on either side of the door here.
I walk up to one. I walk up to one and just kind of look to see if there's like something holding it together, like sticks.
No, there's nothing. Nothing like obviously visually holding it together.
I kind of tap one of the bones with my finger.
I try to stop her, and I would like to make an Arcana check and look at these skeletons before she touches them.
Just roll initiative against each other really quick to see if you react before she does.
Oh yeah, no chance.
No, maybe. What did I roll?
Yeah, there's not a chance. I don't even have to look at my initiative to know hers is faster than mine.
Okay.
And we rolled like the same, so yeah.
Okay. What bone are you poking?
Just like a rib, just to see.
So you're doing this to the one that doesn't have the armor on.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like, like a kid like at a fish tank, kind of tapping at a fish.
Yeah.
That's essentially what.
So, and to be
I'm
fair,
doing.
Rubato was essentially doing the same thing, just to the other skeleton.
No, I was doing it to the same one. I was just going to inspect it first.
Oh, okay.
Before I poke it.
So as both of you, kind of like lean in, and then Skabosh goes and pokes it. It bursts into motion. It kind of like throws its arms back and like leans forward, and it goes boo. And then you hear just like cackling laughter coming from like across the room behind one of the shelves that's just in the middle of the room.
Oh.
I have daggers drawn at this point. I jumped back and drew my daggers because I was like, what the heck?
Busting out laughing.
So you a moment or two later, you see like I said, kind of from the not even like the back corner of the room, just kind of like the middle of the room on the far side of like a shelf and a stand of armor or whatever. You see a beautiful young human woman, probably in her 20s, maybe early 30s, with like reddish brown hair. And like a literal glow about her, like almost as if her face is always being lit by some unseen force or source. And she comes quickly striding across the room towards you, and like puts her like you said you were drawing your daggers, right?
Yeah.
So like uses her arm, and she's not like karate chopping you, but like uses it to like in a downward motion to like press against your forearms, and says, "You don't want to be doing that, miss. But I can tell you all are new here."
I side-eye her and slowly put my daggers away.
She says, "Welcome to my shop. I'm Angela. And who might you be?"
Well, Angela. And I do a deep flourishing bow. I am Rubato. How are you today?
When you bow, the skeleton wearing the armor like gently kicks you in the butt, and she starts laughing.
I also laugh along with them, like, those are fantastic. I love that. Is that some sort of anime dead?
She says, "Oh, it's just a little something I've had lying around."
Dakota.
That's fun. I like that.
I turn and just kind of tilt my head and say I'm Skabosh of the Nothraka dub.
So she nods at you in turn as you introduce yourselves. What were you saying, Bahir?
Oh, I just said I'm Bahir.
Ava kind of like peeks, like kind of like comes out from behind the group. "Hey, I'm Ava." And kind of tucks back in.
Almost kind of like peeking out from behind a dress kind of thing. Like.
Yeah.
She just kind of smiles at you and says, "Yes, you are." What about?
Well, my lovely
what about
friends here
Alendite?
were
Oh wait, Alendine's not here.
looking
Never
for
mind. Just
something.
kidding.
Yeah, Alendite
No.
didn't come by.
She there is like kind of this palpable.
_it_guy just followed.
Thanks for the follow. There is just kind of this like palpable presence that comes from her. Like you can tell that she is special somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say beautiful, I mean like an otherworldly beauty, like the most beautiful person you've ever seen.
Okay. So, a man. What? Sorry, what do I call you?
Oh, she introduced herself as Angela.
Oh, Angela. I was here because I was hoping to maybe buy a healing potion, maybe.
She does like the smallest, just barely perceptible curtsy. She says, "Easy enough." And she reaches out with a wand in her hand and kind of like waves it towards one of the skeletons, and it goes like tottering off around the store.
Okay. Do you control do you have like a spell that controls the skeletons, or is like the skeleton like kind of like sentient?
She just like boops you on the nose and then like turns around and starts like walking around the store. And she's like, "And what about the rest of you?"
Okay.
Oh, I'm just browsing. Ava, go ahead.
Do you happen to have any daggers?
She's like, "Well, you seem to."
I would like different daggers.
Fair enough. And she says, and how would you be paying for these?
Depends on how much they cost.
Depends on how much you have, I suppose. But you're free to look over there and kind of like gestures to a display stand like along one of the walls.
I meander over and just start kind of looking at them.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, if there's nobody else that has anything else in specific that they want to do, she just kind of like excuses herself and goes back meandering about the shop and kind of like dusting here and tidying up there and just kind of is generally around.
Mm-hmm.
Ava, what is it you're looking for here?
Oh, I'm just here with the group. It was either this or go back to the inn, and I think my liver needs a break. So I'm here for the ride.
Yeah, after last night, that's fair. It sounded like you had a lot more fun than I did.
Oh yeah, it was a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's kind
What did you guys get up to while we were out there?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. Just went to bed. All right.
Yeah, pretty much. It was a calm evening.
Mm.
Anyways, I'm gonna go look over here. I'm gonna look for anything that looks wizardry.
I mean, this place is like a wizard nirvana. Like there is an absurd amount of magical stuff here.
Yeah, I'm looking for staves or robes. Anything that piques my interest.
Robes are probably like kind of pinned up on the wall almost. Like when you go to like a clothing store and they have like display ones, like just to kind of get them out of the way because like otherwise they would take up more floor space than they're worth, so to speak. And then there's like it's organized, but it's also not. Like there's probably some rhyme or reason to it, but like there's like staves over here and like wands over here and a few more staves over here, and it's definitely not was not designed by a businessman.
I'd be looking for any robes that might happen to be purple and black, or staves that seem they might have some sort of enchantment that would go along with my illusory abilities.
Okay. As you kind of cast your gaze around, you notice that one of the skeletons is still standing there. So kind of like right by where the skeletons are / were standing, there actually are windows, which is odd because there weren't windows on the outside. But you can't really see anything out of them. At least kind of in passing. Like you don't, you just kind of like notice that there are window cells and panes there.
It makes me smile. Yes, I like this place.
A minute or two later, the skeleton comes like tottering back over to Bahir with a little like a case, I guess, with little compartments in it that have cloth, and it has like an assortment of potions there.
Okay. I'll ask the skeleton, I guess, which one is the cure minor wounds potion.
Well, minor wounds I think only heals like 1. I think it's light wounds is what you're looking for.
Yeah, light wound.
It just stands there.
I'll pick up a potion, I guess. Do they all look the same?
No, there's different colors, hues. There's probably about I don't know, like 8 or so. And then noticing that like that you're over there with the skeleton, Angela comes kind of like sashaying over to you and sees the one that you have in your hand. She says, "Oh, a good choice. Is that the one you want?"
What is it?
She says, "Well, that's actually one of my own design. It's it's a healing potion with a little extra, a little something extra to it."
Here, you should get that one. That one sounds like the right one.
Well, how much would you be willing to part with it for him?
She says, "This one for a first time customer, no less. I would go with 65. I think would be fair."
65 gold. Can I do a sense motive check to see if there's like if she's just like laying it on thick for just a normal healing potion?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, you wouldn't get that sense necessarily, but you could get a sense if she is lying about what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a 3. It was a 3.
Yeah, I was gonna say I definitely saw a single digit number when I first glanced over there.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as you can tell, which really, when you go to scrutinize her face, she just has the most like symmetrical features. Her eyes are like these multi-tonal. They're brown, which normally might almost be like boring, but they're like almost orange on the inside, and and then it kind of like shades out to like a much darker brown, and like she's just captivatingly beautiful. But you're pretty sure that 65 gold is a genuine offer.
I'll take it.
Okay. And then that's mostly just using the money from the rug and the painting.
The painting.
So like, do you have enough money / do you want to buy any other potions, or do you just want that?
I have 47 gold left, so.
Well, I mean, you could work as a group.
Unless she wants the bundle. Buy one, get one half off kind of deal.
Hey, Music Man, good to see you. Are you actually asking her that?
Yeah, I'll ask.
She just smiles. She's like, "I like you." No, I have other potions. I do have normal potions as well. If you want just a normal, healing potion, I have one for 50. But I suspect that between you and your friends, you're not the only one with money.
No.
But as she says that, though, she does like kind of makes her way over to Rubato and kind of like toys with the fringes of his suit and is like, although this one could use some money himself, it looks like. And just kind of like looks a little bit sad. Like she's not like, she's maybe pandering a little bit, but not in a way that's like mean-spirited.
Right. I would take it more as flirting, I would think.
Almost, yeah.
Well, yes, I was actually going to look for a tailor to fix up my suit. It's a bit torn up, but I see you have some fine vestments here as well. While I'm talking to her, can I sense any spell that she is projecting, perhaps, to make us like her more?
How would you be sensing that?
Just in the way that she acts, the way that the store is clearly magical, I guess. Just curious if I could roll like an Arcana check to see if something is going on here to part unintelligent people with their money.
I mean, in a word, no. Like that's like, you need to use like detect magic or.
I guess that would be more like a sense motive, I suppose.
Right. So yeah, I mean, you can as a living, breathing person, you have your own brain and wits about you. Like you can certainly try.
Yeah. While I'm enjoying the attention, that would be a 15 on the sense motive.
As far as you can tell, there doesn't appear to be anything nefarious going on. She's just like kind of having a good time at your expense, and like, there doesn't seem to be anything more to it.
Angela, was it? I like you. You've got quite the fanciful shop here, and a lot of things that I am interested in. As you can see, I need some new vestments. My robes are a bit worn from my travels. What do you have that would work nicely for a mage of my standing?
She kind of casts around and says, "And illusion magic, you said. What about this one?"
Yes.
And kind of like gestures at one on the wall. It's way too big for you. But it's like black with probably more like pink than purple, but same like general color family. Kind of like filigree and whatnot. It's not incredibly fancy. She didn't pull down a 100,000 gold robe to show to you or anything, but
Right.
but it looks nice for sure. It may have a little something to it.
How much for that one? It's a little older in style, but I could make it work, I feel.
She kind of like bristles just a little bit and kind of like pouts her lower lip out and says, "Older in style, how dare you?"
I smirk at her, just poking and prodding.
She like uses her wand again and has the other skeleton, the one with the armor on, go and like clamber up on something and pull it down and hand it to you. And she says, "Why don't you try it on?"
Oh, certainly. Do you have a dressing room?
She's like, not exactly, but I suppose you could just make your way, back there behind some of the shelves or something.
No, it's fine. I can strip right here. Whatever. I'm sure it's nothing Ska hasn't seen before.
She kind of waggles her finger at you. She says, "I am no stranger to robes. I know what you do and don't need to take off, and I I am in no need of a show today, sir.
Well, to be fair, like, I do like you, but you're not the one I'm interested in. But then I'll wander off towards the back to try them on.
You hear just like kind of like just fading, just kind of that cackle again as you make your way back further into the room. So what do you think, Bahir? Do you want to try and hit people up to co-op buy one more, or are you done?
I don't want to spend more money.
I'll tell you, I would be interested, depending on how much this outfit here could cost me. Just a heads up, I guess.
Look, if someone needs some gold swung their way, I can do that, but I don't know if I want to. I wouldn't like bother anyone to be like, do you want to like pay in some to buy another one? Like if someone else wants to buy one, I'll let them have some gold.
Hold on, sorry. Also, Pixie's message.
What is the second potion you were looking at?
Just a normal potion of Cure Light Wounds. Heals 1d8 plus 1.
Okay.
I don't know what the one that she made me buy does, but
Oh, it's a derpy Loki. Oh, but it has white paws, so it's not quite Loki.
Yeah, we'll check in with Ska and Ava and see what they're interested in, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm looking up something really quickly here. Pixie was messaging me in Discord.
I can forward you.
No,
what I'm
Ska,
looking
focus
at.
back on the cat. It was fabulous.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Rubato, but there's like a 90% chance that robe you have on is like 1,000 gold or more. So.
Oh, are you coming back out with it on? Sorry.
Oh no, not yet. No,
Okay.
I figured we would, while I'm changing, we can deal with somebody else, but we're just BSing while you're doing your thing.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm looking up something here really quickly.
Just a quick retcon. I also bought some apples.
Okay. Sweetie, is there
To
is
go
there
with
a
my
reason
potatoes.
in particular that you're wanting that particular substance?
Potato apple salad.
It looks cool.
Okay. And I mean, it is like a stronger metal, so that's fine. And you're wanting to do one of each?
Yeah.
Got it. Sorry, guys, almost done.
Mostly because I dual attack when I attack, so.
Okay, sorry. So what was the kind of exposition there, Rubato?
We should probably also break for food.
I'm sorry,
maybe.
what? Were you asking me?
Yeah, I vaguely remember you saying something in the background, but I was focused on finding some answers to something that Pixie had DM'd me about, so.
Oh no, I was talking outside game. Sorry.
Got it. Okay. So, and then Bahir, you're saying that you would be willing to pitch in if somebody else wanted to buy something, but you don't want to buy anything else.
Yeah.
Okay. And Ava, you're kind of just along for the ride.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think.
I
anyone
reapproach Angela.
Okay.
So, Do you have anything non-magical daggers that might be in the price range of 25 to 26 gold? I could also trade in my old daggers.
She just kind of smiles. She's like, new to the trade, are you? I admit, for the most part, I deal in things a bit more exotic than that, but you know, I do occasionally find myself in the possession of things that I didn't anticipate. So I can let me poke around a little bit and see if I have any special but mundane metals. I'm afraid a magical dagger would be a bit too rich for your taste at this point. And she kind of comes like waltzing over to Bahir and it's like, so another one?
I think I'm good.
She
one that I bought already.
She frowns, but she's like, okay, and sends the skeleton back about its business to put the other potions back where it got them. And then she motions over at the other one, and like, you know, sends it off to look for daggers for Skabash.
How does the suit fit?
So it was like human sized or maybe even a little bit bigger when you put it on, but you know, I mean, it's a robe, right? So you have to kind of like huck the whole thing over your head and, you know, put your arms up to get them through the armholes and whatnot. And as it kind of like drops down over you, like you look down and it is you sized now. It fits perfectly.
Very good, very good. Do I get a sense of, other than adjusting size, what it might do?
No, that would take a lot more work than just kind of hoping.
Yeah, right. I don't have identify or anything fun like that.
She so as you're, you know, because you've been back there for a little bit, Angela comes kind of sashaying back towards you, and like comes around the like the display that you're behind or whatever, like with her hands up over her eyes, and is like, "Are you decent?" But like as she walks around the corner, you can also see that like there's like she's not even close to like actually hiding it. Like she is very much
right.
looking through her hands at you.
And I'm also not hiding myself at all. Yes. This is an interesting robe. What does this robe do again?
She laughs and she says, "You know, I actually don't quite know. I could find out for you, but mainly I just wanted to see it on you. Unless you are," and then she kind of like leans down towards you a little bit, and she's like, "Unless you're really holding out on your friends with how much money you have, you probably don't have enough money to buy it from me."
That's fair. I probably don't, but I'm curious as to how much you're asking for it.
Honestly, I will probably look that up off stream if that's okay.
That's fine.
Thousands.
Yeah, lots.
Yeah, right. I may have to come back for this. This is something you can hang on to.
She says, "Insert number here." She says, "Yes, it does look rather dashing on you. I did acquire it from a certain individual who was known for his magics and for you know, putting the putting on great shows, and you know, he was quite renowned in his age. So I you know, you come back to me with a bit more money, and I'm happy to spend the time doing a bit more research into it. He never told me exactly what it did, and illusion magic is oft underestimated among the planes, and it's not something I've had asked after.
Well, I appreciate you showing it to me. I will more than likely return for this. It's been a fabulous time here.
She like holds her hand out for it and is like, "Oh, you have no idea."
But if you could, let me know how much one of those daggers for my friend would cost. I would like to know, personally.
She says, "Well, I suppose that depends on what my little friend, or not little, what my friend there finds." Gesturing at the skeleton. But most as long as it's tough. She kind of came to the wrong store for that sort of thing. I do know I have some mithril ones, but I also know that would be more than she can afford right now. So I'm kind of poking around to see if anybody's left behind like some alchemical silver or some cold iron or just like I suppose adamantine wouldn't work either. That'd be worse than mithril. But yeah, he'll be back in a minute, and if I can find anything from kind of those lesser metals, I'd let him go for a pittance. I don't even really want them, so I honestly would probably just like 20 gold each.
Well, I just lean towards her and be like, well, she's a good friend, and while I know I can't afford the suit yet, if I can help her afford something that can help protect me, the better for it. So let me know if you find something that can work there.
She says, "Well, aren't you a dear?" And then like she kind of like, yeah, never mind. I'll just give this to you. Kind of abruptly, she just kind of like looks up over your shoulder and just like gives like 1,000-yard stare, just for like literally just like a second. And then she's like, I'll be right back. Yeah, someone is coming, and I do like to meet my guests. And after I welcome them, then you should have a few daggers to look over, hopefully.
And then I disrobe.
And she makes her way past you and has the skeleton that was dealing with the potions is done now, and so motions him to come over and stand by the door, in the spot that it was in, but the other one is still searching around for daggers. So she actually kind of like tiptoes her way over and like stands up really straight and takes the spot of the other skeleton and stands by the door.
I watch this most enthusiastically.
And then about not long after that, just a couple seconds after that, like probably the most exotic creature that any of you have ever seen walks in. It's a bipedal, very tall, like probably 7 feet or more tall, and like it looks like feline in nature. It has a very severe stare about it. And it comes like stalking in through the door. Definitely nothing that any of you, especially those of you that grew up in Capstone, have ever seen around Capstone.
A feline, you said?
Yeah. I think Pixie's a little bit distracted, but...
I'm typing
I seen this
my
before?
notes.
Gotcha. What's that?
Have I seen this before?
No. No. So he like he's not running, but he is like stalking with a purpose and just like totally ignores the rest of you. And like goes back into like just the like far right corner of the store. And as he like walks past Angela, she kind of like hands on her hips, kind of like pouts a little bit, and then goes like almost kind of like skipping up beside him, and she says something that like in a language that you definitely don't understand, and then like kind of pouts at him and says, "You killjoy, you didn't even say hi to me." And the two of them like make their way back and like just kind of to another part of the store to look at something together.
Did I understand it? Or is the language novice now? Okay.
I'm pretty sure at least. I guess let me double check the character sheets I have. No.
Okay.
No, nobody understood it. As you're when you finish disrobing, the other skeleton comes by and just holds out his hand for the robe from you.
Now you take good care of this. I'm gonna come back for this. Gingerly hand it back.
It like, you know, I mean, it's a skeleton, right? It just kind of like claw hands it.
Oh, careful now.
Don't wreck the merchandise.
And then and so it like reaches out, grabs it, and then also reaches out with a handful of like 4 daggers and kind of like jabs them out towards you. Like it's not an attack, but like it's, you know, also not. I mean, it's mindless, right? So it's like
It's like a robot, just kind of throws them out.
and then like shortly after that happens, Angela comes kind of scurrying across the store, and she's like, kind of clucks her tongue at him. She's like, manners, and it lays the like splays its hands open like it's holding a book with the daggers out, and then she takes them all by the handle and like faces them blades into its hands. Because of course it's not going to hurt it, and like now has it standing there like hilts out, holding these like 4 daggers in its hands.
Sass, come here, come check these out.
I walk over.
I would like to see if any of those are magical, but I can tell.
Are you asking her, or are you trying to figure that out somehow on your own?
Trying to just inspect them myself.
I mean, same thing, right? It would require detect magic to actually answer that.
Pretty much, but just trying to, by my arcane knowledge, I guess, see if I can tell if any of them are magic or just fanciful.
I mean, they could be like they are good quality. They're, you know, they're definitely not some like crappy shivs or whatever. They're of a good quality of workmanship that certainly could be enchanted, but there's no way to know for sure.
I ask her about them.
She's like, no, I thought you wanted me to find non-magical daggers, so I did.
This is fine, but what are they? What kind?
She says, oh, that's that one is she's like stops and thinks for a minute. She's like, what's the word? It's been a long time. That one is, oh, it's some kind of silver. Oh yes, those poor tinkerers that fancy themselves magic users. That one is alchemical silver. That one there is cold iron. That one is actually, I think that's just another cold iron one, and that one is actually one's masterwork. I probably shouldn't have brought that one out. That would be too expensive. But these are all the boring daggers that you said you wanted. And that, as she's like kind of saying what all these things are, and just you guys are more or less just giving blank looks. She's like, oh, come now. They may not be magical, but they're not useless. Cold iron comes from very, very deep underground, deeper even than often dwarves go.
Could they be theoretically enhanced down the road?
Yes. Any dagger of. Well, actually, honestly, I don't remember. I will look that up.
That's fine.
She answers you appropriately. Says, but cold iron is particularly useful against the fey creatures. So I don't know where you come from, if that's a problem or not. That's certainly helpful for some. But it's a bit stronger, a bit thicker than your normal iron. And if you ever find yourself needing to stab a dryad or some such thing, that'll do you solid.
All right.
And the alchemical silver. Sorry, I'm actually reading that real quick.
It's okay.
Okay. The alchemical silver is it's not quite so good for stabbing normal fleshy things. As she says that, she kind of like you think like movies in the 90s where like grandma always comes over and like cheek pinches the grandkids. She like cheek pinches Rubato and like blah, blah, blah. She's like as she says, fleshy. Doesn't not quite so good against normal fleshy beings, but it is quite useful against things like lycanthropes and other unnatural creatures like that. This is a word that none of you know in character.
Mm-hmm. Can I appraise these to see if they are the metals she is in fact saying they are?
Rubato, the constant questioner.
I think appraise technically just gives you a value estimation, but I suppose that's more or less the same thing, so sure.
That's 12.
I mean, you don't exactly have a lot of experience with like exotic material working.
Right.
But as far as you can tell, they do look different from each other, like visually, and they do look well made.
We want to make sure we get our money's worth here, you know? Well, Angela seems fantastic. Still want to make sure that we get our money's worth.
When you say Angela seems fantastic, she curtsies and she says, and she is. But Angela is many things, and she is not one of them. I would appreciate, and like there's a bit more like seriousness to the voice. She's like, and I would appreciate not being accused of such things.
Oh, of course. I accuse no such thing.
How much for one of each?
She says, honestly, I don't even know where I got them. I don't even especially want them. So if you can give them a good home in the back of something's spine, I'll part with them for 20 each.
Whew.
I currently have 26. I could trade in one of my daggers.
She says, please, no more non-magical daggers. Do something else with those. But happy to give you these for a very reasonable price. And then she like reaches somewhere into her robes and pulls out like a coin purse and like holds it open in front of you.
I might have to buy one of them now and come back for the other.
Would you do 30 for 2?
Oh, sorry. I super apologize. Hold on. I might have misread the value on one of those. Yeah, hold on.
This whole time, Ava's just walking around wide-eyed, looking at all the toys,
Right?
poking things that bounce, and
Looking at things in jars.
some things look back.
Ava's character is super adorable, though. I like that mini.
Oh, yeah, the mini turned out fantastic.
The mini is adorable.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Twice as much.
And with me hunched over, we're the same height.
And still taller than me.
Okay, yeah. No, I'm super sorry. I totally messed that up. When like anywhere in there where I said 20 each, that was instead she said 25 for the pair.
I give her 25 gold.
It's annoying because the price adjustment for most of the substances is in a table, and then for whatever reason, one of them is just like in the paragraph form.
Ah.
And I missed it.
As a wise man once said, can't make anything easy.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So she like happily like holds out her bag to you, and I'm assuming you just plunk the coins on.
Yep. Skabash has effectively used pretty much all of her money. Except for one gold left.
And like cinches the bag closed, and then just like hucks it up in the air. And then she reaches over and takes the two other daggers from the skeleton, and then the skeleton catches the bag and like walks off into the back of the shop. And then she's just like holding the other two daggers herself, and she's like, anything else I can do for you?
We'll definitely come back to your shop.
Yes, I'm much interested in that robe.
She's like, excellent timing. You can come back whenever. You're welcome wherever you can find me. And I should probably be going because I have another guest to greet here in a moment.
Ooh, great. I'll help you scare them. Tuck myself in a shelf somewhere.
I don't know about all of you, but I think I'm gonna head to bed.
Yeah,
all this running around.
I think we should go to sleep soon.
Yeah,
we gotta be heading out early in the morning.
Okay. So she so you're gonna hide in a shelf.
Yeah, and when whoever the guest is that's coming in, I'm going to cast Ghost Sound behind their ear to startle them.
I bid farewell and head back to the den.
I'm really curious about this other creature thing that came into the store.
Okay. So she kind of like plants herself more or less in front of the door, but like 10 or so feet away. And the other skeleton comes like tottering back up and like flanks the door on the other side. So the skeletons are back where they were when you guys first got here now. So are you like preparing an action to do that, like if we were in combat?
Yes, I'm preparing to cast Ghost Sound.
Okay. So the door swings open, and like it's weird. You just I don't know, like you see something out of it, but like not really. I don't know, like it's kind of dark, and like it was a dark alley, but like maybe I don't know. It's like maybe it was different somehow, and then and then the door closes, and like in steps a huge hulking like minotaur, like stomp into the door, and then like as soon as it steps through the door, like what sound are you making?
Kind of. Well, which side of him did whatever side she is?
She's
on
in front,
him.
so
Okay,
she is like
and it's the two skeletons are flanking the door.
yeah.
Okay, so behind its right ear, then it hears.
It hears what?
Just a loud scream.
Oh, okay. I think your mic maybe, or maybe the noise cancellation from Discord or something cut it out.
It might have hit that.
Yeah. So it hears a loud scream.
Yeah.
Okay.
From my end, I just heard snorting.
Yeah, I just heard the kind of this like noise, and I was like, oh, I mean, that's not really very scary, but okay. Okay, so its eyes go wide, and it like hunches forward and starts to charge into the magic shop.
Oh dear.
And like in a flourish, like you don't even really see what happens, but like you hear like just this like echoey, otherworldly like powerful voice come from the middle of the room, and like Angela just yells, "No!" And like it holds up her hand like towards its like essentially its lowered like forehead as it's charging at her. And then you hear the like minotaur just lets out this like scream and turns around and runs out the door.
Oh, I think I did that wrong.
She like whirls on you in a huff and is like, that was not very nice, and this is not a place of violence.
Oh, I apologize. I was just. Oh. I'll leave.
Says you're not in trouble per se, but there are many people who frequent my store, and none of them are permitted to be aggressive to anybody. Now, what you did was not aggressive. What he did was, so he's definitely more in the wrong. But I would advise you in the future not to antagonize the people who shop here, because some of them may get to you before I do.
Yeah, I apologize. I thought we were going for a startling entrance, and I guess I took the wrong cue.
It's a little forced, but she puts on a bit of a smile. She says, "Fair enough. I do like to have fun here, but I suppose my shop may be a little bit more diverse than what you're used to."
That's fair. That's fair. I will take my leave. Walk out rather quickly.
Say again.
And then I walk out rather quickly.
Okay. On the way by, the skeleton by the door, just like gently kicks you in the butt, and you hear like cackling following you out the door.
Nice.
I thought I had that vibrate. I don't know.
No, I think I just random rolled for what it was going to be coming through the door. So I think in general the thought was fine. It was just bad luck.
Yeah, fine. I think it's thoroughly fitting.
Also worth pointing out, Minotaur is also not a thing in Capstone.
Try to catch up to Scott and be like, you should have your guys keep an eye on that guy there.
When you
guy?
step out the door, there is not a Minotaur there. There's no sign of it.
Did you not see that Minotaur?
What is a minotaur? Are you feeling all right?
Do we need to get you exercised again?
I was feeling fine.
What did you do?
I don't know if I am now.
We should go home.
I think that's for the best.
Where's Ava? Did you bring Ava? Did you bring Ava and Bahir with you?
Was Ava in the store the whole time that happened?
Yes.
You should probably go collect them. I'm heading back to the guild.
Yeah, I think I'm going to your house.
Well, we should probably get our friends first.
I'll like follow you guys out of the store.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah, I'll go.
Yeah, we're heading.
Buy a nice room.
Yeah, we're heading for the guild. You guys can go where you wish. Well, my parents' house, really.
I think I might get a drink first.
It's also worth pointing out the like kicking the pants was very similar to when you were bowing earlier, so you were definitely not being like forced out. It was definitely like a
joke, right? Yeah.
Poking fun. It was a joke.
Don't stay up too late. We have to be up early to go with the marshal.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I would recommend just going to bed.
Yeah, that's right.
I return home
Okay.
and go to bed.
So you're going home to go to bed. Rubato's gonna splurge on a nice room.
No, I'm gonna.
No,
grab a drink
Bahir
and
is
then go
getting the
home.
nice room.
Oh, okay. Wait, where's home?
He was coming with me last
yeah,
I
her
heard.
home.
Got it.
You remember where my house is, right?
Yeah, I don't think one drink will keep me from forgetting it.
Okay.
that's what I said last night.
All right. What about I guess Alan Dyke is spending time with the horse again.
Yeah, I've got to fit the saddle.
Yeah, I mean
and,
they were there for not a super long time, but they were there for a bit. So I think we can say that you got that done, and you can kind of like decide what you want to do as far as bedtime or whatever goes.
I would go to Skabosh's house for dinner if they would have me.
Well, you're always welcome with my parents' house, so yeah.
What about Bahir and Ava?
I'm gonna get a room.
Mister, I don't want to spend any more money.
I love how you guys like don't just take the free room and board at my parents' house.
I only didn't take it once.
You don't have to spend money.
I only did go there once, and then I got arrested.
That's true. The one time you didn't go to my
I
house.
should have stayed at your house.
All right.
For the scouts, is like there's some sort of like living quarters or like.
Well, so that's one of the reasons why I was poking at you a little bit about backstory. The majority of people in active military service would stay in like barracks, but there are some people that have like local family that like have permission to stay with their family. So
Okay, so far part of the backstory I've written, Ava's not from Capstone.
okay.
So could I stay in like the barracks?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Yeah.
that would be where you'd be expected to be, at least most of the time.
Okay, I'll go ahead and head back there then.
Okay. What end by here?
Yeah, I'll go to an inn room.
Okay.
Enjoy spending money.
All right. Well, yeah. Make sure you mark. Also, somewhere, at least for now, I know for Ava, we probably actually still need to sort out money too. But just mark off somewhere that we need to have you pay for a couple rations because you probably gave what you had left to the people you met up with.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you off stream. I have no idea how much money Ava has right now.
Yeah, we can retcon a little bit of what she would have had before, and then obviously the 20 gold that you got.
Yeah, there's at least 20.
All right.
Nice. Okay, and then same thing, like Bahir, mark off a room, and Rubato, mark off a drink or two or whatever. And that's been a little while since I took inventory on money too. So at some point, if you guys can tell me how much you have now, that would be good.
1 gold.
As a quick aside, Rubato, because you said you were going to go out and get 1 or 2 drinks, right?
Yeah.
While you're at the tavern, you overhear, the kind of like conspiratorial whispering that often happens when people are a few cups in. But there's some people like talking about a rumor that the tornado that became a waterspout, the one that hit the lake, was actually like summoned by like some orcish cult that like worships a water god. Just kind of something you hear in passing as you're like you're making your way around.
I consider taking a note of that.
Otherwise, you down a drink, maybe take 1 to go, what have you, and then make your way back to Skabash's. Dakota says my family owns the Holiday Inn business, and I have relatives in every town. Make your way back to Skabash's and bed down for the night. Being as nobody is anywhere dangerous, we don't have any random encounters to roll, so the morning of the 20th rolls around. It's clear and calm, nice weather outside for traveling. You all wake up where you went to bed.
I will get around and show up. Were we told where we're supposed to like meet the marshal at?
I don't think I explicitly said, but yeah, they would have, told you to meet her at the Western Gate.
I'll go there really early.
Okay.
Just hang around over there and do like my practice stuff with my sword and whatnot.
Okay. Yeah, do your get your kata in and stuff.
Yeah.
Obviously, Alan Dite needs to meet up at the stables and get his horse and whatnot, but at this point you've already handled the logistics of that, so they give it to you without any issue.
Yes. Upon first introductory of my horse, I kind of get to know it by giving it an apple and having that first meeting of bonding.
Yeah, it's the horses that they have are decent, so you're not given like a whatever the term would be, like a maverick or anything that's going to be like super problematic. It's trained. It's it's maybe
Manny makes a point. What is the horse's name?
I honestly hadn't given it one, but we can real quick. Oh, I like it. The horse's name is Amina.
Spelling?
Aamina.
Thank you.
And I will write that down too. Clover is also nice. Welcome back, Mendez. All right, is everybody else here to set off as well?
Yeah, I also got to the location early.
Okay.
What is the horse's coloring?
I thought I already told you that.
Chestnut brown.
Oh boy. I do not know where that would be in our chat though.
I think it was chestnut brown.
That sounds right. We'll go with that. Oh yeah, there we go. I found it. So it's a light non-war horse that is brown in color. And they provided you with, you know, like reins and like a minimal barding.
All right.
All
I
right.
mount.
Bahir checked out of his inn. Everybody else was at. Sorry, Ava made it out of the barracks. Everybody else was at Skabash's place, and so I'm assuming we're all there. All
Yeah,
right.
taking a little extra time to do my book thing.
Are you doing that there or before you leave the house?
Probably still at Skabash's house, you know, nice and comfortable.
Sure. Excuse me. Yeah, that makes more sense. All right, so you guys probably beat most people there. There is some general bustle around the area because, like, you're going with a caravan. So as you do your various workouts, you you know, double check your belongings. People kind of start filtering in. First, there's like a dwarf with a little pack mule, and then like a human commoner guy shows up with a wagon with like a bunch of lumber in it that's hitched up to like two like oxen. A little bit more time goes by. A couple of like men-at-arms show up. It's like normal looking dudes. Like 10 or 15 minutes later, another wagon shows up. Another wagon with a like male operator and oxen pulling it, and it's like got a bunch of boxes on it.
I did not move over. Or we?
No, I haven't moved you yet.
Oh, okay.
Because for the moment you're still in town, and the map I'm on is not in town. A little bit more time goes by. One more. Wait, hold on. Is this wrong? Oh, there we go. One more man-at-arms shows up. So there are 3 of them now. And then the more exotic things start rolling in. Third wagon, which is actually pulled by a giant elk. And driven by an elf. Is like full of wine barrels in the back.
Well, for a minute, I thought we were just guarding lumber. This makes more sense.
And then last but most certainly not least, there is a wagon hitched up to 2 light horses that's a little bit higher in quality and has is driven by a woman wearing a red dress, and then in the back of the wagon, like situated, are 3 humans of like very opulent dress, and then like trailing in shortly behind them is a halfling with like a small pack mule as well.
Okay.
So, you know, over the course of an hour or so, like these people all kind of filter in, and the men-at-arms like kind of, you know, are kind of a little yawny, a little stretchy, like they haven't had their coffee yet, but they're kind of half-heartedly like helping the wagon drivers kind of get their wagons arranged into a line and like make sure everything's secured down, and then you know, roll around like I don't know, probably 7 a.m. or so. Then you see a rider approaching the caravan on a horse. doesn't take probably a genius to assume that this is the marshal. She comes riding in on a nice, for a war horse, probably a little slender, but a like nicely muscled war horse wearing like a beautiful set of plate armor. And she comes from the general direction of the military bailiwick and kind of rides the length of the caravan, and then from front to back, and then approaches you all on horse and lifts off her helmet and it's like, hello, you must be our honor guard here. I'm Bridget, the Marshal of Capstone, and you are here to in the case of any danger, to help keep especially the nobles in the middle cart there safe, and to ensure that we all arrive at Kalen Tower unscathed. No, I will here in just a second. As she's talking, though, she's kind of like looking over your heads, maybe not being fully present.
Well, ma'am, I'll tell you right now that we're more than up to it, but you better get your men focused. They look a bit weary-eyed here and sleepy, and I'll tell you, some things have been going on, so you should keep your eyes up. Get your men in order.
Oh dear.
Oh, damn it, Rubato.
Oh dear.
Can we just put him in the cart?
Tie him up, give him a gag, and throw him in the back of the cart.
It's funny, actually, versus almost anyone else that would send us like down a whole another spiral of role playing. But I specifically have written like that her personality traits are honest and abrupt. So yeah, I'm assuming you come kind of like padding up to her horse, almost kind of hands on hips sort of thing, like you need to straighten her out.
Kind of, yeah.
So as you get a little bit closer, she's medium build, a little short and a little squat, but probably muscular under that armor. She has a firm jaw and straight platinum blonde hair, green eyes, and just kind of generally no nonsense personality. So she kind of like scowls down at you ever so briefly, and then like bursts out actually into a big grin, and she says, I like you. Your to the point honesty is appreciated. We could use a bit more of that around here. And then like kind of like throws her head back and yells like at the top of her lungs, like hot, hot! And then like pulls out her sword and like clangs the like the crossguard of it on her shield, and the 3 men-at-arms that are with you like come to attention, and she's like, this gnome here thinks that you all could use a warm-up, and I actually tend to agree. Time for a lap around Capstone on the double.
Oh no.
Thank
I'll
you.
go with them.
I'm glad that you agree.
Ava kind of like gives Rubato like an elbow to like say hey.
Ooh.
Okay, so Bahir's going with them.
Yeah, why not?
All right.
I could use a good run.
You know, so like it's the town is big in that, like, compared to a person, but it is not like a large city or anything. So it's I don't remember exactly. It's like 100 yards across ish in a square ish. So you have what 1,200. You have like a third of a mile to a half a mile run. So I mean, like it's a run, but it's not, you're not like doing a lap around the mountain or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So they're obviously not happy about it, but but at the same time, like, she is their commander, she's giving them an order, like there's not too much grumbling. They like set down a bit of their kit and like take off for a run around the town.
Mm-hmm.
Beer's fully loaded up. Like, come on, guys, keep up.
Running backward.
Are you trying to are you behind them, in front of them, with them?
No, I'll just run with them.
Okay. Are you trying to chat with them, or just
Yeah, I'll chat with them while we go.
Okay.
Just like polite talking to them.
They're once they are out of earshot, they can't help but give you a little bit of a grumble, like, love your friend.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, he's something, isn't he?
And they just as you guys get up a little bit of a sweat, get your heart rates up, get a few minutes into it, and they're like, well, I hope you're not expecting much. We didn't exactly show up with the banners held high because most of us here at Capstone have done this run who knows how many times. I mean, she goes back and forth every month, so it's not much. We're gonna be babysitting these. Normally it's just some merchants and whatever folk that are kind of down to earth, and it's not too bad. But I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of bullshit from the nobles. They brought him up here to try and kind of tour the town and look at the garrison and essentially beg him to give us some more money because we don't have enough of anything. And I'm sure they came up here for under who knows what pretenses, and they'll probably go back to their lords, and we'll get a 1% increase in funding and nothing will change.
Well, maybe one of them will surprise you one of these times. Gotta look on the bright side. At least they came out here,
They're all kind of like alternating through talking.
It is the least they could do,
because they're all like kind of alternatingly a little bit out of breath as they're like chatting with you, as you're running. And one of them's like, "Yeah, that's not generally my experience with noble folk, but I respect your right to be wrong."
You know what? Maybe we'll be attacked and we'll save them, and they'll be like, "Wow, they really do need some more." Well, I suppose we don't want to save them too well, or else they won't want to pay up, huh?
As you guys are kind of like coming around the last you're going along the north wall now, about to make the turn down the down the western wall back towards the gate that you all will be leaving through. One of them like puts forth just enough effort to get like a few steps ahead of the rest of you, and then like turns around the other way and like kind of clutches his hands to his chest and is like, "My hero," and then like drops back into running with everybody else.
Exactly.
So they get back, they pick up their kit, they make sure to like snap a good salute to the marshal, and then kind of take up their positions around the caravan.
Okay.
Kind of meander up beside Rubato and say, "I could not agree more with your comment."
Would I have gotten their names?
I totally named them. Yep.
You could. It's fine. You can send it to me later.
Steve,
Bob, Jim, Tom.
I actually did name a lot of the other people, but maybe I did. Hold on, there's a tiny chance I did.
You can call one Lance.
Hey,
Lance.
No, oh, that's right. I gave them descriptive names so I could keep track of them, like militia bowman, rear guard.
No.
So
Oh,
yeah, I can come up with names for them if you remind me here at some point.
Yeah.
So you guys can kind of position yourselves around the caravan however you want to be providing support there. Suddenly it dawns on the rest of you as Alandite hops up on his horse, happy as a clam, that the rest of you have a 2-day march ahead of you, and Alandite has a horse.
I mean, Skabosh doesn't like horses, so Skabosh is fine with us.
Can you speak up, sweetie?
I said Skabosh is totally fine with us. She doesn't want to be on a horse. Too easy of a target.
I can't find my character.
It should be just
Oh,
near.
it's all the way back here. I see. Okay.
Yeah, I just put
where's
all of you
the-
like kind of right at the edge of the map, so you could go wherever you wanted to.
Where's the marshal at?
She's up front.
At the head of the column.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be.
It was actually super
Probably up
annoying
towards
if you
the
look at it
front.
really closely. There's no way to like either a mini either is mounted or is not mounted. So so I had to take a horse mini and then make the marshal fly and then like put her inside of the horse.
Oh, that's hilarious. I'll cover the rear of the caravan.
Rubato tries to spend his time ingratiating himself with the elf and the elk
I'll
because
talk with Dave over here.
he does not want to walk for
Dave.
2 days.
Okay.
I'm gonna have Ava go towards the front.
Okay. Yeah, I mean you're
Maybe I was gonna say can I have her like go up ahead and maybe like just search the area a little
kind of
bit?
be the vanguard. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, you're
Okay.
probably strutting your stuff a little bit here, right? Like this is your boss's boss's boss here, so.
Yeah.
All right. Are we all where we want to be?
Yeah.
That looks good.
Yep.
Okay. Give me just 1 second. I'll leave you on.
I mean, I'm not yet in the seat there, but I'll take it.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I will be like right back.
Okay. Okay. I'm also back on the board, so you should be able to move around if you're trying to. Oh, I just noticed. I mean, it's whatever. But the dwarf mini that I grabbed to be the like that merchant or whatever, he's just totally holding like a coney. I was just looking for like minis that aren't like armored and like look like combat people, but I didn't see that at all. Yeah, that one off to the left, sweetie.
Yeah, he's going for a 2-day hike without his shirt on.
Nice.
The back left.
Dakota's the
Got a
Elven
donkey and a
Horse
rabbit.
Master. Exactly. What was that, Mendez? Sorry.
I was just saying, yeah, he's just the back left without a shirt on. He's got a coney in his hands and a donkey.
It's he brought trail mix. We're just waiting really quickly for anybody that missed it. We had somebody step away real fast. Also, it's a 2 days travel, not like a 3-minute travel. So, there's some terrain between where you are and the mountain pass to fill in with your big brains. So technically you can't see any of that stuff down there.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. I was just telling them, there is still some theater of the mind here. Like the landscape broadly looks like what it looks like, but on the map here, the mountains are like 500 feet away, whereas in game right now they're like 25 miles away or something.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's some terrain between, I didn't exactly want to make this to scale.
Mm-hmm.
I was quite happy with how it turned out, though.
Yeah, it is nice.
Thank you.
I like how the water is like always like moving a little bit. It's cool.
Yeah, thank you. Spent some time. It's my first time kind of doing like detailing, so I went through and like plunked down, tried to at least make it semi-random on like where trees and stuff were, and then I went through the river and like put in like lily pads and the kind of like the where the flow would be broken and whatnot.
Yeah, that looks good.
Are we all here now?
Mm-hmm.
Red 5 standing by.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, RR. Yeah, full disclosure, I'll put it in the YouTube description. The actual riverbank itself is part of a modular kit, but I went through and did all the detailing on it and everything. I used a modular kit for the actual like rock face of the river.
Mm-hmm.
But pretty much everything else I did. I went through and was like, okay, this is all the time I'm going to spend on it. And I was like, oh, but there's cattails too. Like, go through and do a bunch of cattails. Like, oh, there's little flower things. Like, go through like 2 hours later.
Mm-hmm.
But it was fun. All right. So, and yes, you are all called here and whatnot. So, dang it. The one thing I didn't do is roll random encounters. I usually try and do that ahead of time these days to save time, but it doesn't take that long to do. Okay.
How far was it from the town to the tower?
It's like,
It was like
a
2
2-day
days?
march.
Okay.
I always forget. I don't know why. Of all the D&D knowledge that I have in my brain and all of the obscure stuff that I remember and whatnot, for some reason, the distance that you march in a day is just like a number that has eluded my brain for over a decade. I want to say it's 12 miles, but I really don't remember.
It doesn't exist.
Your only complaint is a lack of worn road marks. So actually, that was intentional. Because most travel, actually, like your average person who's gonna like charter a trip to Capstone or whatever, would actually charter like a barge that would be pulled by like an ox on the shore or something. So it's a fair observation, and I did debate about putting a road. But it was actually a choice not to. 24 miles for 30 feet. Okay, so I had half of it. Yeah, thank you. A little bit of a callback. That's actually how we started episode 1. Was Skabosh and Alendite on a raft being pulled by I don't remember what I said it was. Some sort of beast of burden on the shore.
And we almost got taken out.
I think it was an ox.
Do you want to position yourself somewhere, sweetie? You're still...
I'm right where I said I was gonna be.
Oh, I didn't know you wanted to be. Wait, what the heck?
I'm right there.
That's not where you are on my screen. Can you like just you like click on yourself once and then oh wow. Yeah, so you were on my screen. You were still here.
Huh.
Well,
Weird.
And then when you moved one, you like when you hit the arrow key and you moved 1 5-foot square, then your character was like zoom.
Weird.
Weird. Okay. I've never seen that happen before. All right. So if there's any, like role player chatter or whatnot that you want to have along the way, you're more than welcome to. But otherwise, you're traveling. You're making reasonably good pace. You're just following the riverbank, so there's no like wayfinding or anything to do. This area is like, kind of like mostly grassland, but maybe like a little bit scabland if you're familiar with that term.
I would like to at one point ask the marshal if, like, once we like camp down, if I could have a conversation with them. But
With who? Sorry.
the marshal.
Oh, yeah. So you want to ask her if you can like have a chat with her. I mean, you can also just do that while
Yeah.
you're marching, but yes, that's fine too.
Well, like when we camp, it'd be more private, wouldn't it? So.
Probably, yeah.
Sort of just to fill the air. I asked Marshall. Wait a second, where'd my book go? Marshall Bridget. So what's your martial training? What is your weaponry training? What are you proficient at? Not in that tone, but just sort of just to fill the air, just to get to know her. My name's Londike, by the way.
Sorry, I had the wrong character sheet. Ugh. It's weird. I thought I had, in like the description of her, I thought I had written down like a little bit of a description of her like armor and stuff, but I don't.
You said that she had plate armor.
Well, yeah, but there was like there's a little bit more to it than that. She's wearing full plate, but it has like a gem embedded in the chest piece. And for some reason, I'm not seeing my description of that. I don't know what I did with it.
Upon inspection, would I know that she's... Normally I would, but since I'm broken, would I know that she's a paladin of Bana?
She is not a member of the church.
Okay. Are you a believer of Bana by any chance?
Yeah, sorry, I was just kind of refamiliarizing myself with her sheet. So another thing to point out is like the way that she conducts herself, the way that she kind of like commands people when she does, like is like it's inspiring in a way that you don't expect. Like just to see somebody like holding themselves thusly. And it almost makes you feel like a little bit smarter. Like, you know, like we've all had those people in our lives who like I feel like I'm, you know, smarter when I'm around you or whatever. She kind of has that like effect on people. And to answer your question as far as training and whatnot goes, she says, well, I squired as in training for some time, and then I served as a knight to the king until I was appointed to this position where I've been now for several years. And so I've focused my training more outwardly to like commanding and inspiring troops instead of just my own proficiencies.
Interesting. I like to get to know those that I serve with so that I can understand them and fight with them better. That's awesome.
So yeah, so at this point, sadly, I'm more of an administrator or even, and she almost like spits the word out, like almost a politician.
Stuck behind the desk, are you?
Kind of against my will, but without a second commander to manage the garrison at Kalen, there's only so much I can do. So I enjoy my time with the troops. I try to, it's actually one of the small pleasures that I have for these trips that I have to make back and forth is getting to spend time with some of the troops and just being out from behind the desk and whatnot. But I understand why they don't like it. But it is a small joy to me.
Leave the books to the clerics and wizards. Am I right, Rubato?
Rubato
He's
is
back
definitely
here.
like 50 feet away from you.
Yeah, it was kind of like a shouting, just to like when you're badgering someone.
You look back and I was, huh, what? So you got wine here, huh? I'm a connoisseur myself.
Oh crap! Hold on, I'm trying to mood dice this guy.
How is your apothecary / brewing going, by the way?
To who is that directed?
I'd have to drop back to make that comment. Yeah, never mind.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's having a neutral day. Hello, Tio. Good to see you again. So he's like, yes, wine. It's my job to make my way through the human kingdom here and ply my master's wares.
Oh, I completely understand that. Do you mind if I sit?
Make a diplomacy check.
Diplomacy. That would be an 11. Yeah, so we can discuss, being in the humans world, if you will.
He kind of smiles at you like he's like, yes, I'm afraid much like the humans you came a bit ill prepared for this, but I'm happy to keep your company.
That's fair. I'm just a hired hand trying my best here. I didn't quite expect all of this, if you know what I mean.
Yes, I was originally just planning on making the trip myself. Not there's all sorts of whinging recently from the humans about this and that with less than desirables, but I've never had issue with the trek, and I was planning on just leaving on my own yesterday. I just hit town yesterday morning, but they told me about this little makeshift caravan going through, and I figured I might as well.
Well, it's a good thing.
I wasn't going to pay for a guard, but if I can have one for free, I'm not going to turn it down.
Yeah, it's a good thing, because, we're here with this. And it's a good thing you're not going north. Things are north or east. Things have gotten a little more strenuous, but I feel like things are going to be nice, clean sailing.
He raises his eyebrows at you, and he says, "You do know where I'm from, right?"
No clue.
Awesome. Says, well, I'm from the north. I'm, I suppose maybe I should really peel it all back for you. I'm an elf, and I'm from the Winter Woods in the north.
I'm also from the north.
He cocks an eyebrow at you.
Yeah, it wasn't too long ago that we left, me and my family, to try to find some ruins to the south, and I kind of just got swept up in all of this.
He oh, ouch. Sorry, I just hit my hand on my mic stand.
Do I know where he said he was from?
I don't know, do you? Make a knowledge what's it called? Geography and whatever. Hold on, looking it up. Drawing a blank. We're near Earth
17.
at the end of a session and my brain's fried.
Yeah.
Yeah, just knowledge geography.
I don't have that, so I rolled a 17. Whatever that does for me, I suppose.
Yeah.
I just figured since I came from the north, maybe I've heard of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think for most other people, I would not say that a 10 is enough, but I think like conditionally for you, you kind of have like a regional bonus, for lack of a better word.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I've heard of it.
So yeah, so he just kind of smiles. He says, "Yeah, so you must be from somewhere to the west of us, then."
Yeah, I'm from Terra degli Alberi, up north there. Have you heard of it? Not many people around here seem to have.
Wow. He actually just like briefly stops his stops the wagon, or at least kind of stops like actively guiding the elk, I guess maybe is a better way to say it. And like looks at you and like kind of cocks his head to the side and squints his eyes. Says, "I think you must be mistaken."
What do you mean?
Well, you are a gnome, unless my eyes deceive me.
Quite.
And crap. I don't have that document open right now. One sec. I'm in shambles. Where did I put it? There it is. He said, okay. So, yeah, so he says, unless my eyes deceive me, you are a gnome, and although you are not cursed to the lifespan of a human, there's like Terra degli Alberi has been gone for longer than your lifetime. I don't see what you like seek to gain by lying to me here.
Well, I'm not lying. What do you mean it's gone? It wasn't that long I left with my family. It's gone.
He just kind of sits there for a second, then he's like, you are very strange, and you're making me uncomfortable. I would rather not continue this discussion.
I sneak up from the side. Is there a problem?
He said the town that I'm from is gone.
How is that possible?
I just kind of slow my step as the caravan continues.
Did he say how it is gone?
No, he felt uncomfortable and just continued on. I don't understand.
He's from the north.
Yeah.
She said you guys like dropped back a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't get it.
did he say what happened?
No. Just... Here, Degli Albieri is gone. And my family's missing. And then I come south to where we're supposed to go, and the ruins we were looking for. I haven't been able to find them, but Capstone isn't what I expected. I'm just... I don't understand.
Perhaps after this trip, we try and make for a larger city to see if we can find more people from the north.
It'd be a good idea.
Somebody has to have answers.
Yeah. And I need to talk to Brigida, the gnome that we had helped too. She seemed to have recognized my name at least.
Maybe
No one else seems to know anything.
when we get back to Capstone, we should see if we can find them. They couldn't have gone very far.
Yeah. With everything that had happened, I doubt they would have left. Although one of their crew definitely seemed like he was sure about going back there, and we should make sure they don't.
Or at least if they do try and go back, alert the paladins. Or the military. Probably just the general military. I feel like the paladins...
Tio Streamplay just raided with 82
They
viewers.
sure seem like they've got their thumb down there at Capstone, but I don't think they know what they're doing.
No. And that,
Camille_re just followed.
the one we've been dealing with has been kind of stubborn.
Yeah. I can kind of see where she's coming from now after our
Mirenful24 just
recent
followed.
discussions. But stubborn is a good way to put it. But I have to figure out what's going on with my family. Something's not right.
Well, oh, no, because he's probably seen me talk to you, so he'll probably not want to speak with me either.
Who? Oh, the elf?
I was going to try and talk to him as well, but I feel like if he sees me talking to you, he might shut down.
It's possible. I don't know. Elves are weird. I just wanted to sit down. And he tells me my city's gone.
Maybe when we break camp, we can ask some other people if they might have some knowledge.
Yeah. Maybe that Marshall. I kind of liked her.
She seemed pretty nice.
Yeah. Just away from Alandite. He doesn't do well with people.
Yeah.
Although I'll agree with you. You do begin to like him once you get to know him.
Exactly. He's not so bad when you get to know him. Though...
It's not very good for first impressions, though.
Yeah, that's why usually people should be with him when he talks to other people.
Yeah. Somebody like me.
Mhm.
Somebody nice and
Potentially, yes.
pretty.
On that note, have we seen this, or would we know this river from when episode 1?
It is the same river. You're in a different part of it. You're much further northeast, but this is the river that you traveled up. Yes.
So none of it would seem familiar.
No,
at all.
yeah, you would have come through here eventually. It's just not the area where you had like your fight.
Okay, I'm thinking of a way to strike up a conversation, like, or have a sort of flashback of Skabosh's and I's almost near-death experience.
Right.
So
Give me
I'll
just
bring
one
it up.
second here. We had a raid a minute ago that I want to welcome in real fast. Normally we don't stop and talk outside of roleplay, but that was an amazing raid. Thank you so much, Tio. Welcome.
Thank you,
in,
Tio.
I'm Mercy. That's Pixie. I know it's confusing because we have different nameplates right now because we're playing D&D, but we super appreciate you all being here. I do speak a tiny bit of Spanish, but I'm very out of practice, and I'm sorry it's not very good.
Muy mal.
Hola. Thank you for being here. I will try to keep up with anybody that does speak in Spanish. Pero mi español es muy mal. Es difícil for me. But pero what's the word for I know? I can't remember. Hablo un poco. I do my best. Thank you so much for being here. We've had a ton of fun chatting with you when you've been by stream, Tio, but I did not realize that you also were a streamer.
That's super awesome.
Marin Fu, it's nice to meet you. Camille, nice to meet you as well. Thank you so much for coming in with the raid.
It could be Camilla.
We stream 4 days a week here on Twitch and also once a month D&D. So if you like D&D, we would love to have you consider catching up on our YouTube channel as well, youtube.com/HereThereBeMonsters. This is session 9. The first 8 sessions are up on YouTube. And then actually starting sometime here in the next month or so, we're going to be releasing YouTube original content for D&D as well, like backstories for the characters that are narrated and animated, and like some world building stuff, and it's going to be a good time. So if any of you are YouTube people at all, we'd love to have you join us there if you like D&D. And either way, thank you so much for coming in. If you all don't already know Tio, if you were here hanging out with us, Tio, I don't know, we met not that long ago. Probably like a month ago, something like that. And they hung out and we had a lot of fun with Tio, a wonderful chatter, very supportive. I didn't know that they streamed, but I can only imagine if they host a stream, as well as they, as kindly as they chatted with us, it must be a fun stream. So you guys should go and check them out. Tio, aren't you in our Discord server? I think you are. Oh man, I never renamed myself for D&D tonight. And whoops. Well, we're almost done now. It's supposed to say Game Master when I talk in Discord also. Yeah, Tio, you're in our Discord server already. So you can just find me at the top of the list. I'm Mercy. I'll type it too, just in case that's easier. You had fun with your in-person session? I'm glad.
That's true.
All right, there we go. All right, yeah, thank you guys so much. I'm just going to make a note to myself really quickly to follow up with Tio, because that could be really fun. And then we're going to get back into the last little bit of our session here. But thank you so much, Tio. We really appreciate it. All right.
The south of the country.
All right, we're back.
So, welcome back.
Thank you.
Well, you're back.
Yeah, Pixie got up. I suspect there may possibly be cookies being put in the oven, so I'm not going to complain too much. Yeah.
Side note on that, I have to go check the smoker. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I had
Side
pizza for
note.
dinner, and I have like the worst acid reflux right now.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
actually, maybe that's what she's doing. She might be putting pizza in. We meant to do that like 2 hours ago. I was actually we actually got. I know that it still took longer to get out into the wilderness than we expected, but we actually got a lot done this time. And I just lost track of time.
Can I ask a question about this trip?
Yeah.
Okay, is it like a safe travel, like safe like area in between like our initial between like Capstone and what's the name of this place?
Kalen.
Kalen, yeah.
I suppose that depends a little bit on who you ask, but not necessarily.
I'll
Like
decide.
this is the right general zip, or this is kind of like the general zip code where the orc activity has been intensifying.
Yeah, I was just
Okay.
probably deciding to say no. So I start sparking up conversation with Marshall Bridget, and I'm just like, so it wasn't too many days ago that my friend and we had a run-in with an orc camp or an orc attack just off the riverbed here, just a few, not too far a ways from here, just to keep an eye out.
Thank you. For the most part, most of the activity seems to be centered to the southeast, hopefully, but I am aware that this area has become at least less of a guarantee. That's part of the reason why you all are here. It was kind of hard to justify pulling like fully trained, too much of a detachment of fully trained troops, but we figured we would bring a few along and bring along some additional help if we could find it, and keep an eye on the scouting reports, and if things get better, then maybe we can go back to having fewer people, and if things get worse, then we'll have to increase the detachment. But this is I suppose you could call it a bit of a test run.
Good to know.
And with that, actually, she holds her hand up to stop and calls for a break for the animals and stuff as you're getting close to midday.
Okay. We're moving.
So I set up a little bit of a stop and take a break version also, if you want to kind of move yourselves around.
The horse is dead.
Nah, horses actually love to roll around in the dirt and the sun and stuff.
At this point, could I find the marshal actually so I make a time to talk to her?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, just arbitrarily, the way that I'd set this up was that one of the guys had gone over to talk to her, but there's nothing that can easily be changed.
Yeah, I'll kind of walk up and be like, Marshal, could I have a word with you, please?
Very insistently.
Okay, good. Everybody got moved, and my version of the game agrees that everybody got moved this time. That was super weird. Are you, Alan, staying on your horse, or are you gonna let your horse take a break?
Yeah, I'll take a crotch break.
You are? Oh, okay.
I'll take a crotch break.
Oh, I see.
I thought that's what you said, but I was like, I definitely misheard.
It's okay, Mandy. I was right there too. I was like, what?
Also, oh yeah, I definitely got distracted by the raid a little bit too. Can I do, is this a thing? Oh, wow. What the heck did that just do? Oh, dear. Okay. I thought I broke it. That was moderately terrifying. Is that honestly not a thing? Boo. Yeah, this sucks. I thought I had a little bit more control over like weather and stuff than I apparently do.
You can make it foggy.
Yeah, that's about it though. Because there's a whole section called atmosphere, and then and then it has like a drop down box, which I just assumed was going to have useful things in it, but instead the drop down box is green slump, darkness, space, and default.
I like face. Let's do face.
Space.
Oh, space.
I guess I don't know.
I mean, that sounds even
green
more
slump
fun.
sort of works ish.
I'm gonna strike up a conversation with.
Oh, there we go.
It even makes like rainy noises. Oh, did you make the rain noises go?
Yeah.
Squash, you remember this river, right?
Of course I do.
We almost died here.
Yeah, so this is part of the reason actually that
Yeah.
she like called to stop and take a break was that like you guys could see a storm rolling in. I just got distracted.
But there were
by
just
that
two of us at
rate
that
of-
point.
Yeah, what was that? 82? That was nuts.
Mm.
So yeah, so quick like retcon on that.
Can we look up at the clouds and see how fast they're moving? Does it look like it's gonna be windy, or does it just look rainy?
For now it's just rainy. So you've been seeing it come for a while. I just got distracted and forgot to prompt you that it was coming.
I'm gonna walk over to Bridget and ask how long we're gonna be stopped for.
Well, hold on for a sec. Rocket beat you to it already.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll wait in line.
I'll kind of, well, seeing Alan that walk up, I'll kind of give them the side eye and be like, could you ask them to go away, please? But not say that to the marshal.
What did I do?
That side I have. Could you give me a minute?
Yeah.
So, so like as Alan Diet's walking up, you walk up and you know, or like ask her for a minute or whatever. You know, it took a few minutes, right? Like a caravan doesn't just stop moving immediately. So this is like you guys have already been stopped for a few minutes, and she's gotten everything organized, and they've posted guards and set a break schedule and whatever. And so she kind of like took off her helmet, like hopped off her horse and let it graze a little bit, like shrugged her like shield off and set it down up against one of the wagons. So she definitely looks a little less intimidating, a little bit more personal right now, or personable right now. And she's as you walk up to her, she's chatting with this like I think this is wait I did that's hilarious. I named the non-military people. I just didn't name the military people. I didn't even think of that.
How dare you?
So this guy's name is Sawyer. So she's talking to Sawyer when you walk up and ask her, if she can spare a minute when she's not talking to him. And then like all of a sudden, just in a like flash of movement as you're sitting there, or like as you are standing there like talking to her, she like whirls around, like holds out her arm, her shield like flies over to her from the wagon, and then she like holds it up in like in front of Sawyer, and like boom, like something hits it.
God dang it.
And since you're pretty close to her and more or less on the right side, like you see a crossbow bolt like sticking out of her shield.
Okay.
And I think that's where we're gonna end it tonight.
What?
Ooh.
That was fun though. I mean, we got to let a few people share some extra character stuff and got to introduce some like major NPCs and yeah, get to leave off on a fun cliffhanger.